Yeah?
Formaggio.
Whoa, it flipped over the back of my head. Did you see that?
Cheese.
Look at that. No, wrong way. Cheese. Oh,
Cheese.
Yeah. So somewhere around there.
Yeah.
Hi! Nuge!
Luna.
Hi! Thank you for the hydration, Stu. I see it. I see it floating up there. I see it.
Cheese.
I see it. I'm going to pretend that I'm not being
Cheese. You
bombarded
also
with cheese right now. I can barely even hear the background music over all the slapping. Oh god, my hand's already in the air. That's the leap motion, thinking that my mic is the hand.
Cheese.
Oh my god, again? Really? I've only just begun. It's happened twice. Thank you for the hydration, Stu. Oh god!
Oi, cheese.
Cheese.
In fact, no, you're worrying me. You're scaring me. The scary part is the not throwing of cheese. Don't take that out of context. Don't take that out of context. It's because Uvagnacht often says that they're saving up until they've got until certain conditions are met. Anyway. Alright, thank you for the hydration. Let me do that quickly.
Cheese.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I've had appalling sleep. I'm going to say that in advance. I don't even know if it could be called sleep. I guess technically it was because dreams faded in and out, but it's basically every half hour, 40 minutes as awake. Anyway, I guess my hand's just going to be up in the air the entire stream because that's apparently the mic is my hand now. 1 second, let's have a look at everything I missed. Blip! Welcome! Also, Stewie, welcome. Hi. And hi, Money as well. Windows Cat, welcome back. Wait, Windows Cat. I swear I'm not the only cat using Windows, but hi, Devil. Weird cat arranges fake dots into pleasing patterns. That is indeed the title of my stream. Hi, Sua. And Belgian Wolf, welcome. Does Unity have anything similar to Go's? Yeah. Does Unity have anything similar to Godot's particle shaders, or is that just done using compute? I don't know. There is a shader that is typically used on materials that are used by a particle system. I guess you could move those around if you made it a fragment shader, but I don't know anything apart from that. Exia! Hi! And Nia, welcome! And Uvagnacht, of course. Apparently only a shader graph approach. I don't even know what that means. I've heard of it though. 666 points. Nice. And Nooch, welcome. I think that is everything. Oh, Linted! You're hiding in there as well, throwing cheese at me. I see you in there in the audience, just like poking their head up, throwing cheese, and then going back down. Thinking, I hope she won't notice. Well, guess what? I noticed. Also, welcome. Hi. Nice to have you here. Sora! Hi. As well. Exi, did I say hi? I think I might have. Ah!
Caseraki.
I swear to God. Well,
Cheese.
Omni as well. And I'll do it again. You did. Godot's shader abstraction includes a special kind of shader that is used to control particles. I think you can probably do that through a regular fragment and vertex shader. Oh my god. Really? Is that my hand? Blip!
Yeah, bitch!
Ah! Oh my god, it just made...
But good to see you.
Sure, no worries. Thank you for the like. One of the initial chaotic collisions caused the cheese to bounce. That looked quite funny. But I imagine you can move particles around using a fragment shader, right? Because it's just you're moving meshes around, right? I mean, the particles are just quads. I think. So you can set up some code in the shader that runs once for each initializing particle and runs on every frame to update. Oh, that'd be amazing! But no, I don't think so. Alright, so hi! I should probably mention what I'm going to be trying to do today. But yes, hope everyone's alright. Don't listen to this fake cat.
Don't listen to this fake cat. Oh. The real Yukishi has me trapped in a dinky little folder surrounded by some sus-looking stuff. Please save me.
I'd scream at the end. Sorry, I didn't realize that was TTS for a moment. I started reading it myself, and then TTS took over and said, "Shut the fuck up, Yuke." This is a job for me to read. Wait, I gotta wait for the... Hold on. Shh. There we go. Finger tracking. One thing about the Godot particle shader stuff is that it can keep data between frames. Yes, that sounds really nice. Normal vertex shader can't really do that. Yeah, I was actually speaking with a friend of mine, Emiman, who I'm sure I've mentioned a bunch. She's the one who made the world in VR chat that I play pool in sometimes, and by sometimes I mean like I've done it maybe 3 times in the 1.5 years that I've been streaming for. But anyway, on her VR chat avatar, she, well...
Cheese?
Nah, not cheese.
Cheese.
No, not even a more confident cheese. Hi, Adam, and welcome to the Cookie as well, both of you. She has an avatar. Well, her avatar is like a butterfly girl, if you like. So she has wings, big butterfly wings, and she made a thing for her avatar, which is like a bunch of butterflies that fly around. And this is actually not using the Unity particle system, but it is using the GPU for stuff. These aren't just like scripted things being controlled by... I mean, not scripted. These aren't just like animated things being controlled by the Unity animator. She made a shader. Also, hi! Hi,
Cheese.
Not cheese. Hi, Adam. I don't think you can have a compute shader on a Unity avatar. So yeah, she uses a vertex shader and, well, fragment shader. She had to make a mesh because you can't run a Unity script, thank God, on a VR chat avatar. So she's made a highly like decimated mesh on Blender, and then she like can access groups of 4 quads. She's able to... How did she get the idea? I can't remember how she got the idea of each fragment, but essentially each 4 quads is like is one plane, and then a vertex color on each quad. I don't think so. I think you can get it. Well, I know that you can get it. I know that there's a way you can get it in Unity, which is extremely unobvious, and I actually only know thanks to ChatGPT. Yeah. Oh wait, no, ChatGPT and the forum post. Anyway, this is all getting into something that I'm going to show you eventually. Anyway, she's got some effect that has like butterflies swirling around and stuff. She actually groups into pairs of planes so the wings can like flap like that, and has them follow like mathematical curves so they move around in fancy ways. And that's all done in just like an ordinary shader, which is quite cool. And so it's not using the particle system, it's like fake particles. And I'm wanting to go the same or similar route, but the actual calculation of where the particles should go, I can't have it following a neat mathematical curve thing. It's going to be something that's going to take a little while to calculate. That's why I wanted to use a compute shader to do that. And yeah, then just somehow get those calculated coordinates, like vertex positions, out of the compute shader and into the fragment shader, which I have already done. It's not in a very optimal way though, because it has to go via the CPU, and I don't think that's necessary, but it's just the only way I've got to work so far. Anyway, let me explain what I'm going to try to do on today's stream. So, hold on a sec. Let me fly on over to a screen of Microsoft Paint, and I can just sketch what I have in mind. Brace yourself. This is going to be bright. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Hi, Defnal, as well. So, what I'm wanting to do... Actually, I'm going to make this the other way around, because there we go. So we didn't even need to have it really bright at first. There you go, dark mode paint. It is indeed a white page. So what I want to do is move myself upwards so that my hands are in view. Just a little bit. Good enough. Ah! Excuse me. Look, must consume. Yes, please consume. I was about to go through what I've done so far, but whatever. Yeah. Enjoy your food, please. Cat flashbang? That different? Oh yeah, right. That is an animation, isn't it? Yeah, welcome, Devna. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing all right. What I'm wanting to do is make an effect for my stream, ultimately, probably. Otherwise, just, you know, because it's gonna be fun to have, I guess. but I do have things in mind for how I could use it on my stream. And if I just draw, I want to be able to have... Okay. Imagine a pattern that's like white on black, anything. It could be text, for example. In fact, one of the things I have in mind is text. So we could have like text rendered out. Let's just draw. So actually, I'm just do it this way because I'm going to make it really thick. We have text like, "Hi." It looked like I was about to draw an Among Us at the first one. Okay, so you could have text like this, and basically, I want this to be made out of tiny little particles that can float around. Fine, you know what? Let me just. There you go. Now it's an Among Us. Although it looks actually like it says AI, which is not what I was intending, so let's not do that. Hi, David, Timvid. Hi. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hang on a second. I have to do a thing. Wait. Thing is being performed. Thing performance complete. Hi, David. Yeah, so I want this to be made out of particles. Really, on the screen, right? I want the particles to start randomly all over the place. Maybe even...
Oh my. I guess they have to be red particles then. Except they're not actually. Yeah, so I want to be able to make a texture like this, which defines... This is what you're going to see on the screen, right? But I want it to be made out of particles that start randomly all over the place, maybe out of the screen, and they gradually just go like... and start spelling this out. So one of them might start over here, and then it just goes... and ends up here, right? And one of them might start over here, and go... and end up over there, and, you know, over like 1,000 or so particles, they all come together to form this shape made out of loads of little particles all over the place.
Why so evil? What did I do that's so evil? I even tried to call David by the correct name. Anyway, so yeah, that's what I want to do. And I thought, I actually made a thing on Unity. This is Unity. To do this with like a particle system, like an actual Unity native particle system, and I thought this was gonna work, possibly, because there you go. There's my test text. Because a thing that Unity particle systems can do is, wait a minute. This is spoiling it. Stop. Hang on. I forgot that I would start animating as soon as I clicked that. Let me show you the first stage, the promising looking stage, not the failing looking stage. Wait, if I change this to a skin mesh renderer. Oh, it's already gonna work. So what you can do with the Unity particle system is this effect. Look. All these particles are coming together and they're landing precisely on the mesh of my avatar, right? So this is a thing that's possible. You can have, ignore this flashing down here, it's because these socks are like drawn with transparency. But you can have particles start somewhere and all come together and end up at a nice shape, right? So I thought, wow, this is going to be relatively easy. First rule of doing stuff on Unity, you don't assume that things are going to be easy. Well, first of all, the way that I'm having to do this is a bit of a cursed way. You can't actually start particles outside and then move towards their start position. So what I actually do is this slightly cursed thing. I control the speed or velocity over lifetime. And if I look at this graph, then how do I get this out? Yeah. Okay, so what we're actually doing is we're starting at a really high speed. There's a really thin red line here, I don't know if you can see it. And then almost immediately we stop and we start going in reverse slowly, and then we stop when it reaches 0. And I just tried some numbers, and eventually, by mistake, happened upon the exact numbers that perfectly reverse this. If anyone's interested, those values are the... Oh, you can't see shit, sorry. These numbers are that, and that, and that. And unfortunately, that is entirely tied to the duration of the thing as well, which is 20 seconds lifetime, sorry, and the speed of them as well, which is 1,000. Anyway, and they all do come back together where they start from. If I were to get rid of that silly velocity over lifetime thing, and I were to, oh, that looked cool, just make them start like this, then you'd see that they are actually spawning from the outside of my mesh. Or if I set the speed to 0, actually, or just really, really, really low. Then you can see they're all just like spawning on my mesh, my head, right? And they're moving. Whoa, what a cool effect that is! What the hell? Oh my god, look at that! What a cool effect! Okay, anyway, that's not what I was trying to do, though. So ignore that. So I thought, well, I'm smoking particles and just disintegrating. Yeah, that'd be really cool if it worked with, like, my mesh disappearing as well. So I thought, well, there's something in Unity called Text Mesh Pro, which makes a mesh out of text. Or so I thought. Welcome back, Stewie. Or so I thought. Unfortunately, it technically does draw text on a mesh that has been made for the text. However, if you get the particles to spawn from the edges of that mesh, it looks like this. All it does is make planes, and then it sets a texture for each character. So the mesh itself is just squares or pairs of triangles. So yeah, it's just that with a texture on them. A very high resolution texture, but a texture nonetheless. So that idea went out the window. Thank you for the pat, Spitfire. Hi, Spitfire. I thought yeah. So that's when I started thinking, okay, I'm gonna need to be moving these myself probably, because
Cheese.
exactly, because cheese. And Lynn, hi. Isn't it using SDFs? I think it is using sign distance fields. Well, the font itself is, yeah, it has SDF there. Oh wait, mobile, hang on a sec. Text Mesh Pro, where is that? Text Mesh Pro. Yeah, it's a, wow, okay. So this is like a shader that does the sign distance fieldiness. Interesting. Sign distance fields are so cool. I haven't, a low resolution texture. Ah, we can actually find out. Wait, is this? What's the actual size? Wow, that is low. Well, it's 1024 by 1024. Sign distance fields are so cool. There's something I want to look into sometime in the future, but I don't think today. But yeah, hi then. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, so we're ignoring that. Now we move over to my new method of trying to do things, which is going to be using a compute shader. Okay, so let me back up a little for a moment. Okay, I know how to do this on the CPU. If I were just to have like each of these little particles be its own game object in Unity that I can move around, it's got its own mesh, its own material, then I know how to do this in just like a normal C# script. It's not super hard. I can just like look at every pixel on a texture. The texture would be this, that defines where I want the particles to end up, right? And I can just like, for each particle, you can store its target position, X and Y, which could be like randomly assigned it could just be a randomly chosen pixel that happens to be white, so it tries that, nope, tries that, nope, tries that. Ah, this is a white pixel, this will be my end position, okay? Or it could just, go through like a grid of everything and blah, blah, blah. But for reasons I'll come to in a minute, I actually want it to be the same number of particles spelling out the text every time, so I wouldn't be able to have a grid like that, because a bunch of them would always never be used, and only these ones would be used. But anyway, if I were to be doing this in the CPU, each particle could just have its end position, and I can just then scramble it to a random location on the screen, and just every frame it moves towards. And we could obviously also work in like some sine or cosine in there somehow, so that the contribution of sine or cosine ends up as 0 once it reaches the end, which will mean that instead of moving in a straight line, it goes like or some fancy curve, so it's like you just have this sort of cloud of things. You could even have them like spiraling all around the screen, I guess. Various fun effects could be had. Trouble is, this is like slow as hell to do on the CPU for like 1,000 or so objects. Plus, I kind of like the idea of learning compute shaders. I feel like it's going to open like a big door for like possibilities further on down the line. Particles, movement, hang on a second, it's loud outside. One moment, let me just catch up and reading the chat while I mute myself. Nah! Okay, finally, it's gone. Alright, I was waiting. I have dinner. Yes, I enjoy your dinner, Belgianov. You could do the inverse. Have a texture that on each pixel stores a position. That's a very thinking out the box idea, which I quite like, but would still require a lot of computation up front. Oh, right. A key thing I should probably mention is I can't just hard code some of this stuff. Also, hi Crumbly, welcome! Compute shaders are really cool. Compute shaders are really a whole new way to blue screen. Me last night, actually, yes! And then Enlin's trying to make like her own ray tracing. Is it a compute shader that you're making? But she's trying to like do ray tracing herself, like for her own engine, so not in Unity, if I'm not mistaken, or Godot. So she's like trying to ray trace from scratch. It is in compute. I see. Godot has a thing to do that built in. Wow, what the hell? That's really cool. What, a thing built in to show a blue screen? I'm joking. And thank you for the pat, Stu. And then, and Spitfire, and Adam, and anybody else who I forgot. I think that might be everybody, actually. Oh no, wait. Stu 22 minutes ago as well. Ray tracing from scratch. No, ray tracing in scratch. Those are good emotes. What the hell? Whose are they? Thank you for the pats, Crumb. 12 is the name of that stream. Okay. So what I'm wanting to do instead is use a compute shader. So that this gets run on the graphics card instead of the CPU. And this painful process of trying to find the position for 1,000 pixels is just done once per pixel. And, the CPU can already do, like, I don't actually know how many things at once, but a lot. Well, it's gonna be like 64 times 4 threads, I think. I worked a few things out last night. Okay, a few billion things a second. Just a few billion things a second. Hold on. I kind of want to go off topic for a moment, because I have a feeling that this is going to be something that I struggle with a lot today. And I would like to show something that I've been working on the night before last. Oh my god, this music, I forgot how loud it is at the beginning. I mean, I don't forget, it's just suddenly is loud. I would like to show something completely unrelated for a moment, so that I can feel like I've achieved something before diving into this really hard stuff for me. This is off topic also because I've got a shitload of windows open related to this other thing that I meant to be showing before I started going into this. And then I can close the windows and have a cleaner taskbar. But right now I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 windows open which are only related to this other thing. So let me just quickly talk about that for 1 second. I swear to God, I will get to the compute shaders in a moment. I just want to close these other windows because look what's happening in the background. Da-da! Let me prepare my back seat. Alright, yeah. The Endman chair, nice. Okay, so this is completely on a different topic. Let me hide the Unity thing because this is not Unity. But yeah, thing. Oh, we're not even using that FFT anymore either. Does your overlay not use the texture alpha? What? It has a big yellow blob for this. Oh, for those ones, no. The GIF decoder doesn't support the transparency as far as I know. I might have to look into that a bit. Unless it really is just a matter of the material that I'm using not being a cutout shader. I'll look at that a bit. Sometime in the far future, there are more issues with the things. Oh, it's a PNG? Oh. Okay, then I must just need to make it a cutout shader. Right. But I imagine it would look very weird on a sphere. And then the outline that Poyomi makes will not be a sphere shape, it'll match the chair shape. Could be an interesting effect. Modulate the color. Oh my god, why is it keep on thinking my mic is a hand? Like, this just happens tons on some streams and never on other streams. It's so annoying. Alright, so this is something completely different. I would just like to show you it for a moment. It's a way I've been trying to make up that is like a way of visualizing sound that I haven't seen before. So, WNO? What? So essentially, let me just drag on a file such as boop. We'll just pretend it's mono because this thing only works in mono. So basically, when you have a sound file, all you really have is it's basically a graph, right? This is time, and on this axis, it's just a line graph. This axis is like the speaker position, and it's over time. And you play it. Is that being captured? Yeah, it is. And it's just updating the speaker position many times per second, right? This many times per second. So it's not very useful for like visualizing anything that's going on, right? Because you're trying to, like the human brain can't really be processing 44,100 things a second in like in a useful way. Well, at least mine can't anyway. No, I'm sorry, I can't. So there's this thing called an FFT which does this. That's a little higher resolution than necessary. What the hell resolution is this? That's actually not as crazy as I thought it was. Okay, so all it does is basically you sacrifice a bit of timing resolution for gaining a whole new dimension. Shadow Reef! Hi! Arranging fake dots. I could learn a thing or two. Yeah, maybe. Right now I'm just covering a quick thing that's not a compute shader. We're gonna get to them in a moment, I swear. I just wanted to like show a thing that I've actually managed to do before I start doing the things that I know I'm gonna struggle with. Then I can feel like I've actually... I don't know, I feel fractionally less stupid. For like 5 minutes. Before doing a 4-hour stream where I feel very stupid. But thanks for stopping by. Okay, so basically, what an FFT does is it like sacrifices a bunch of time to give you like a new insight, like a new dimension of the audio effectively. I should probably mention this is actually reversible. You can go from an FFT back to this, but what you're seeing here is actually only half of the FFT. But anyway, nobody really cares about this. The point is, you can do this, and now you like lose a lot of time resolution. Look how blurry that is. But you've got a whole extra dimension. You've got like vertical, for each vertical position, you've now got a brightness. And what you're seeing here is like how loud, this is like a fucking terrible thing to demonstrate this because it looks really bad. But let me just load something that I can't play much of because it's not made by me, but it's gonna look a lot better because there's vocals and stuff and more interesting things going on in here. Sheesh! There you go. Put that back down to there and that to there, and this should look better. There we go. Alright. So like, so you can see something's wavering up and down here, which is very likely the vibrato of someone's voice. Probably Iron Mouse's if I remember rightly. Yeah. So anyway, you can gain that. And this is like a thing that you can do in a bunch of programs. But I am taking it one step further. You can see the pitch here is like subtly going up slightly over time. Well, this is going down actually. There you go. Anyway, you can like just look at it and see way more than you can if you were just to look at this, where everything is just a fucking mishmash of stuff. So what I'm doing, so basically what that's doing is Spitfire. So what I'm basically doing is it's taking this and it's like taking advantage of things that repeat up and down, right? So this wave is going up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. And there are some parts of it that are going up and down faster than others. So if you zoom in, you've got like an up and down riding on top of an up and down. And stuff like that. Then you've got like an even tighter up and down riding on top of this up and down and stuff. And so basically what this does is it just shows you the strength of each frequency that's making up the sound, basically. So what I wanted to do was that again on top of this. So basically for each row of this spectrogram, put this to mono again. So for each row across like this, each one of these rows, I want to do the same thing. I want to, like, you might have some, well, you can actually see right here. If I just zoom into something, yeah, zoom in there, for example. You can see something's repeating here, right? You've got like a loud bit, quiet, with some extra bits in there. Loud bit, quiet, right? And these are probably snares going like psh, psh all the time. Throughout the whole song, right? An FFT squared. That's what I thought originally. So basically, where going from the waveform to the spectrogram gave you an insight into like the pitches of things. If you were to do the same again on top of a spectrogram, you'd still be looking at the frequencies of you'd be like looking at how regularly a frequency is changing, which you could call rhythm. So you'd be getting an insight into the rhythm at different frequencies. Maybe hi-hats have like really fast rhythm, like going all the way. And maybe the kick drums are just much slower, right? Somewhere down at the bottom. So that's what I thought. So I tried that. And yeah, it turns out an FFT is not what I wanted. For various reasons. I'll skip a little bit of stuff, but what I actually wanted was something called autocorrelation, which is something that sounds way more fancy than it is. Would you like a demonstration of autocorrelation? Because it's very, very simple. It's got a big word for something that's not complicated. Bang! Wait, let me just make a new thing. Imagine you've got a thing like this, right? Boop, 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 boop. And you wonder, how far apart are all of these? Well, you just take itself and you slide it on over, and you're like, oh, there you are. This is a pretty good match. There you go. That's autocorrelation. So basically, your the auto means itself, and the correlation is like alignment. Basically, it's literally self-alignment. You're just seeing how far you have to shift this over to get the best match. You're adding up like the differences. So here you've got like a huge difference like of white and a huge difference of against black, right? Which makes a big error. Whereas if you line up here, if you subtract 0 from 0, you get a difference of like 0, right? If you subtract 255 from 255, you get a difference of 0. So you like slide it along, and typically you'd just be interested where the best alignment is. What my program's actually doing is it's plotting as brightness how well it aligns at the different things. That is what I needed for the rhythm game. Yeah, it probably is. Sort of measuring wavelength. Yes, exactly. You use this for pitch detection. Whereas an FFT shows you what all the different frequencies are, what you're actually interested in is the pitch, typically. If I were to demonstrate, I just make like a sawtooth wave. This is going to be loud as hell. Let me just make it quieter. Hopefully this will be alright. So I do this. Okay, so looks like this, right? So if you were just to take like another copy of this, and you want to detect the pitch of it, you'll just like slide this along, zip, and then you get like a really perfect match right there. But when you look at that on an FFT, what you actually see is this. Where you might expect to just see one frequency, you see this, and it's harmonic, like every harmonic of it, basically. Because an FFT is really useful for like working with, well, it's showing you the number of like pure tones that are making up a thing, basically. So if I were to make a pure tone that is a sine wave, and you look at it on an FFT, it's just 1. That would be nice. But if it's a sawtooth, it looks like this. The pitch peaks a bit at the bottom though. It does. However, watch this. I'm gonna cut off all of the things below, let's say 1500. Really abruptly. There. Now listen how it sounds. You can very clearly still make out the pitch of it, right? Maybe if I don't do it quite so abruptly. Even if I just cut off like a little bit there. You can still hear what the pitch of it is, right? But now the peak would be like somewhere around here, maybe. Whereas if you were to like do pitch detection, which is done like this, then yeah, there's just one very clear peak where they add up. You mouse over here and it says down at the bottom there 300 Hertz, which is what I typed in. Can't believe you crashed the emulator. Wait, what? So anyway, would you like to see the results of this? It's not hugely interesting. Sawtooth keeps triggering that one Metaton song from Undertale. I don't know what that is, sorry. But hi, Real Patty White. By the way, there's one side effect that I need to mention. Every time you do something like this, you start getting out pitch. You like start grouping things together and getting a pitch out of it. Then basically you're gaining an extra dimension. So it becomes difficult to visualize every time, right? So I can't actually have this being shown over time. So instead I make my x-axis be like each different possible tempo effectively. And vertically is like each different frequency of the sound. And then brightness is how likely it is that that frequency is at that speed. Let me just show you the goddamn video because that's going to make a lot more sense. And yeah, that's how I get around. Hang on a sec. Why? I've got to mute again. There's a loud sound outside. Ah!
Shy.
Alright, it's finally shut the hell up. I can continue. When animated games crash, sales, just loop a sample like this. Oh, I see. You should look it up if chiptune is your thing. Yeah, I know what you mean now. How loud on a scale of 1 to 10? It was very obnoxiously loud. Was it higher then? I already know that you're here though. It's just you didn't need to throw cheese and pat. Okay, and so the
Cheese.
cheese. The way I get around not having enough dimensions is by making each frame be another moment in time instead. Anyway, let me just play the goddamn thing. Here you go. So this is actually... Wait, hang on a second. Stop! Where's my music? I hate this when I've got two media players up. They both respond to the media hotkeys. Okay. So this is updating a few times a second, basically. And the really interesting thing is, you can like see clear like structures to it, even though the audio is like changing like crazy, right? So you have these really close things here for the like that. You've got these like bright bands here, here, and here, which are the snares, and you've got these bigger things down right at the bottom where the bass is going. So yeah, it actually kind of works. And I'm just like really happy that it's like completely unthrown by like all of the tune and stuff that's going on. Like the melody's happening around here, so it's getting a bit noisier and stuff, but anyway. Also, a really neat thing, I'm not sure if you can make this out very well, but this one here is brighter than any of this, or this, all the way down. And I think that's because there is a repeating pattern of, no, this isn't possible in Audacity. There's a repeating pattern of hi-hats that loops every 4 measures. So every 16 bars. This over here is like roughly 0 seconds, and this over here is 4 seconds. And the tempo is such that 4 measures just fit into 4 seconds. So this pattern of like the looping hi-hats and stuff actually happens on every 4 measures. Anyway. And obviously with things that are much more rhythmically interesting, this looks way more interesting, and I've tried it out with a whole bunch more music, but, well, I'll play one, but I'll have it muted because, you know, it's not made by me. So yeah, there's some interesting stuff that you can end up seeing, and over time things can change. It's not super illuminating when you can't hear anything, but it's, I don't know, it's almost like you're looking at like a fingerprint of the rhythmic content of the music. I don't know. It's here, look. You can just see how things change, just visually. Anyway, yeah, stuff. I think this is a really old version where I was having it just cut out if it got too noisy and stuff. But yeah, it's fun stuff. Anyway, now that I've shown you that I'm capable of doing some things, let me show you what I'm incapable of, which is probably going to be compute shaders. Anyway, yeah, there's a bunch of stuff. Nobody really cares about it. Right, let's get rid of that. We're gonna save it. Now I can exit FFmpeg, which is used for this as well. So you don't need that up. The folder of videos. SOX, the sound exchange program for making the spectrum in the first place, because I'm just cheating right now. I'm not doing it myself. Right, now let's get back Unity. Unity, where are you? There you are. Normally in music with 4/4 beat, you can pronounce 1 or 2 beats and get kind of a sub-rhythm. A pronounced note must not be louder or anything. Sometimes it's just more on that point. Maybe it's showing that. It's showing how regularly something repeats. Yeah. It's not more pronounced. The reason the 4th one was brighter is because it's seeing how well something aligns, right? there's a pattern in the hi-hats that repeats only every 4 beats, every 4 measures. Normally the hi-hats are just going, but on the 4th measure, there's like an extra little run of hi-hats, like a roll of hi-hats, like at the end. I can't really do it with my tongue. And that pattern only loops on every 4th measure. So there's like extra strong alignment in that frequency on the 4th measure, which is why that it's brighter on that part. I'm not sure how to explain it very well. I could dive into the MIDI file since that's the music that I made and show you what I mean. You know what? Screw it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it on that window though because I don't want to. Let me just turn this on. Load up a thing. Here it is. I don't know if you'll hear this or not. If I unmute this, you should hear a thing right around now. Yeah, that's loud. Okay, so if we just look at the percussion, which is this. Oh, it's actually every 2 measures. Right. It's every 4 snares. The snares haven't come in yet. Where are the snares? Ah, these are the snares. So these things here are the snares. Oh, I've got music playing. These 4 things here are the snares. So it's every 4 of these, remember? We had an extra alignment. And you can see here there's this little extra roll of hi-hats right there. This little bit right here. This. That bit. So this repeats every 4 snares. So that's why the alignment was best when it was dragging it over like this. Why can I not drag things? There. So when it dragged it like this, it saw that the alignment was best. Because these lined up right there. If I could drag it by the correct amount, it'd be very useful. Anyway, that's it. Let's go into stuff that I can't do now. When you get to electricity and music intersecting. Yeah, chiptune stuff! Hashtag do it. I hashtag did it! Hash did it. Me when I want to run code in my small talk environment. Jeez. What? Yeah, shaders. Alright, time for the scary part of the stream. It's time for spook. Wait, why didn't that do anything? It's time for spook. There we are. Cat! Hi! And Lopkey! Hi! Welcome, welcome! You missed the musical thing. No, you'd probably be very interested. I've closed it now. It should probably still be in the most recently opened things in the... Yeah, here it is. Lines! Things! Yeah, hi. Hi, Cat. Okay, so let me demonstrate what I'm trying to do. Hi, Cat. I'm sorry, you joined right when the maximum nerdiness is going to happen, and it's also going to be... It's also going to be Gasaraki. It's also going to be, you know, working stuff out. Ah, my nose is itchy. Also, hi, King Imperial and Chronotos. Oh my goodness. I just woke up from my definitely too long of a nap. I'm so goddamn jealous. I was waking up, if you can even call it waking up, every like half hour or 40 minutes. It was well over 8 times last night. I don't know why I'm having this really, really bad trouble sleeping recently. I can't do it. Remarkably untired considering, but I don't know. I'm gonna lurk again, but much love will be listening. Okay, no worries, no worries. Thank you very much for stopping by. My hand tracking is not so good right now. Alright. I said like 4 hours and decided to stream in the morning. Yeah, I saw the emails saying you went live around 5 AM mine time. Like, what the hell? Okay. So, let me demonstrate what's happening here. There are 3 parts to it. Three... Okay, close enough. My finger's bent, but at least you can see there are 3 fingers. Happy slept on my stream, and then I slept on hers. Aww! That's cute! So there are 3 parts to this. Ideally, there'd be only 2 parts. Well, no, actually, there would still need to be a third part orchestrating it all. But okay, so there are 3 parts. Let's just dive into the folder related to it. There is... Well, I guess you can say there are 5 parts, really. I mean, 2 of them kind of go without saying. So. Okay, so the 3 parts are... We have the C# script, which is over here. Oh, actually, they're already all up here. We've got the C# script, we've got the compute shader, and we've got the vertex shader. So these 2 are run on the GPU, basically. And then this is, not. And unfortunately, the way I'm being able to control stuff now is, exactly this, Jerry. There are certainly more than 0 parts to this. Then there's also a material that just uses the vertex shader, so that kind of that's just how you're going to use a vertex shader in Unity. And there's also this little texture right here, which is appearing off screen. Hold on. There it is. It's just this right now, which I thought, that might be a good test, right? If I can get particles to spawn like this in this white area and not in this black area, it should be a useful test, maybe, to see if it's working. I don't know what's actually going to be the most useful way to see if it's working or not, but I thought that should be a way that's clear. You think your Unity still opens? Wow, nice! What an achievement! Okay, I sounded like I was being really sarcastic. I wasn't trying to be rude. Hands, please! Okay. Okay, so here's how I imagine stuff working. I can actually make the Unity logo up here now. There we go. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking of doing. I want the particles to know where they need to move to, right? And I want them to start somewhere off where they are, and I want them to move together to form like a pattern, or on average, this pattern, which could just as well be white text on a black background, or even a flipping black and white picture, you know? Like pure black and white. So, each particle needs to know where it's gonna end. And then it needs to be starting from some other random place, right? Okay, so, a naive way to do this, which is what I was planning on doing, is to essentially choose a random spot on the thing that I've closed. 1 second. Hold on. Where is it? Compute. There we are.
Kaseraki.
Hi, Freedom Cactus. Okay, so we can just choose a random point, right? Maybe it lands on a white pixel. Good, if it does. Maybe it lands on a black pixel. Bad if it does that. If it's black, it'll just choose another pixel, and yeah, until it lands on a white one. And obviously, if there are no white pixels on the whole image, this is gonna like be stuck in a permanent loop, right? An infinite loop, because it's never gonna hit a white pixel, so it's never gonna stop searching. I swear to God, my hand tracking is like broken today. Let me just give this thing a wipe. I didn't think I like got it dirty or anything. Okay. But hi, thank you very much for stopping by, Freedom Cactus. Right, now they're not tracking at all. Yeah, something is very wrong with my hand tracking right now. Let me just move this bottle off my desk. Maybe that helps. She tried to fool herself into believing. Okay, so it's actually better. Interesting. Yeah, I would like to put that job into the compute shader, and then the job of like choosing like an end position, right? Actually, the job of moving the vertices at all I want to be done in the computer shader, which includes choosing a random start position. Sorry, an end position, not a start position, a random end position, which happens to be on a white pixel. As well as moving them on each frame a little bit closer to that end position, because they're actually going to start somewhere else. By the way, the reason I'm doing it that way, rather than a nice ordered grid of like, well, let's just check every 10th pixel like this, for example, and you end up with like a grid like this, right? Coming out. Except it would actually, all the dots would be evenly spaced, unlike what I was doing there, is because I want all of the particles to be visible all of the time. If it chose these ones, these would just like have to go invisible or something. If they were always, if it knew that they're going to be in a black zone, then they'd have to become invisible, right? And I don't want particles like popping into or out of existence. I want them always to be there, because the key thing that I haven't said yet is I want to be able to change this texture at any moment and just have the particles like, you know, I can have control over when the texture changes and like send a command to the compute shader to calculate the new target pixels, and then have all of the particles just start going like wherever they are right now, just say it's here, and then it wants to end up down, say ends up with like a white pixel down there, right? It could just be this pixel that's chosen at random to start going and it ends up there, right? I want like these things to just smoothly be able to morph like a swarm from one shape into another shape. So if things are popping into or out of existence, that's not gonna, you know, that's not what I want to happen. So that's why I want like the same number of particles all the time. I could maybe do something interesting regarding... Maybe I could like change size. If there's more areas that are white, it could like make the particles bigger so they cover a bigger area, perhaps. I don't know. But I'd like to try that approach first. I just honestly just want to get anything working on the compute shader. And thankfully last night I actually got my first taste of something working on the compute shader. Unfortunately my hand is not working. But I don't think that's a compute shader. Unfortunately, because it uses a bunch of CPU time. Anyway, yeah. So ideally, I just want to be able to like have an array of all of the... Oh, actually, I should explain first. What are we even moving? What are we even moving? What are these vertices? What are the particles? Okay. So there might be a better way to do this. This is kind of messy code, but it is technically working. So this is what I'm doing. For the purposes of understanding this, you just need to know this up here. I have this variable here that is the number of particles that I want. For testing, I've just made it 2. And, oh, by the way, one more thing. The material that this is being drawn with is this. It's just using this texture here. And the material itself is just a standard unlit shader with a small adjustment right here, which is instead of Stewie, this is the kind of stuff that you will probably immediately have known how to do, but originally the shader, so I have to keep doing this to get my damn hand tracking. Originally this just looked like this, basically that. This is what it originally looked like. And apparently this function in the shader is called once per vertex. And if you just magically add this, I don't think you even need this, but if you just magically add this to like this function signature, sorry, I keep on forgetting to zoom in, then magically you can be told the ID of the vertex. This is something that ranges from 0 up to the number of vertices, -1. So you know which actual vertex this is for. I don't know why that's not just included by default. It's just you're magically supposed to know that you can add it somehow. It seems like an extremely useful thing in a vertex shader, but apparently Unity just doesn't give you it by default. Anyway, so armed with that piece of information, we can pass that ID, or you can use it as like an index into an array. And this array is being controlled from our C# script. ideally it would be only being controlled by our compute shader, because the compute shader is doing all the work, right? The compute shader can be like changing the position of all the vertices, then the fragment shader grabs that vertex position out of that shared thing. Okay. Alright, so this refers to an array in the C# script. There's so many like parts to this, I don't know how to tell it in one cohesive thing. But essentially, in the shader, a vertex is made up of 4 floats. And so we have a vector 4, which is just 4 floats on the C# side. And this is the area of memory that holds these, right? Off the GPU. Anyway, so we need to make a mesh first. We run this messy as hell code. There's probably a better way to do it, but I don't know how to do it. So essentially we make our own mesh from scratch. In Godot 3.x you can't get a vertex ID. That's not very nice. So yeah, we make a mesh out of a bunch of vertices we make, and some UVs, and some normals, and some triangles. And there are basically 4 vertices per particle. So this is for each particle. You kind of go for, okay, nice. So yeah, we make 4 vertices like this. One is at 0, 0. If you imagine these are like X and Y coordinates, because that's exactly what they are. So you've got one at 0 position X, one at 1 position X, one at 1, 1. So diagonally opposite, and then one here that's down. So that's like the 4 points of a square. Then we make a UV map for it that has the same coordinates. So where it's going to be reading the texture from corresponds to the exact position of the vertices as well. And then we store a copy of these vertices in our shared verts array as well, which is what we're going to pass on to the vertex shader. So we start with like that, basically. Also, thank you very much for that hydration! And also, hi Numred! And we build triangles out of two triangles, basically, for each of these particles. So we've got 4 positions, but that's 4, and the GPU works in 3 groups of 3. So we build a triangle that's like the top left. Oh, you know what I mean. Just build the goddamn triangles. Who cares? We make a mesh, and the mesh contains a whole load of quads, basically. 1 quad per particle, and they're all on top of each other at the exact same position, because that doesn't really matter, because what's going to control the position is the compute shader. Alright, thanks for going to my TED Talk. Let me just hydrate. Okay. Let's have a look at the compute shader, because actually this is the tiniest thing and I haven't really covered it yet. The compute shader itself, it can also take these shared verts, and apparently I put RW at the beginning to allow it to read from and write to it. Louis! Hi! Thanks for stopping by! We also pass in, we can also let it know the number of vertices and a thing. And all I'm doing at the moment is I'm working out the... Well, I'm assigning... Okay, Stewie, have you done much with compute shaders, by the way? I'm curious. Also be curious as to how Ennen's doing this, but I think Ennen's probably busy. The effect graph thing is on a package, that's why I wasn't finding it. Ah, are you talking about the VFX graph thing in Unity? Because that doesn't work with the built-in render pipeline. Thank you for the posture check as well. Thank you, Ixia, for the posture check. Can't remember if I said that already. Anyway,
Please.
Okay, Stewie, have you done much stuff with... oh, you've done a bit, sorry. For this use case in particular, Godot has particle shaders. Okay. Alright, so let's do this. So if I'm not mistaken, you have... I don't know how to put this into words. Probably can't help much today. Okay, don't worry. My nose is really itchy. This is really annoying. Anyway, so we essentially... How's this again? I shouldn't have slept on this, should I? Because now I've got to remember all this stuff that I just learned for the very first time last night before having much sleep at all, so... So when you tell a compute shader to execute a function, that function will be executing... You'll fire up, basically, you'll spool up a certain number of threads to run it. And actually, what you really do is you make a certain number of thread groups, and each thread group has this many threads. These are multiplied together, so 8 times 8 times 1, so 64. That's not the important question. Does the cheese stack? I mean, it just attaches all over my head. So, kind of? I mean, technically it clips through itself, but hi, hat guy. It's basically designed to work well with things up to 3 dimensions. Yeah, and apparently if you wanted to have 1,000 threads, having it like this would technically work, but it's not making good use of, it might not be optimally blah 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 in the hardware of the graphics card. And this is what it recommends by default. Excuse me. Gonna stay just for that. Don't worry, that happens at the beginning of every stream. Nice number for both AMD and Nvidia. Well, this is the default. I'm just keeping it this for now. And so you're passed in an ID. And this was... and this was... dispatch thread. So this was telling you the ID within this and this, right? I think I've just realized a problem I might have. So this is only like the index of this and the index of this, right? So this would work with up to 64 vertices, if I'm not mistaken, right? And we basically just say, okay, from the point of view of whatever thread is running, this particular thread is assigned to calculating this vertex position.
Fromage.
Once you can run many groups at once. Yeah, you can, but I'm not getting what the
Fromage.
I'm not getting what the group is, am I? Hi, RMHS. So this number here is only ever going to range from 0 up to 63, right? So what I'm doing here is basically calculating an index based on this x and y. It's using the same kind of formula as like how you could work out the pixel index in like an image. We sort of read across horizontally from 0 to 1. Actually, yeah, no, that's correct. And then we whenever the y goes down by 1, that's like a whole group of pixels, so blah blah. There's another variable for the group. Is there? Because I've got nothing. I'm flying blind. There's no auto completion or anything for useful things in here. I don't know anything about this stuff, so. But yeah, if I could know that'd be really useful. So basically I've just been piecing this together from tiny little bits and pieces that I see in some forum posts, and one video, and a bunch of ChatGPT stuff, which was a little bit, obviously, as always, never super clear with itself, consistent with itself about things. But the parts that it seemed confident about, I sort of paid attention to and did actually teach me a bunch of things. But yeah. Okay, so essentially I calculate the number of thread groups that I'm going to need to handle all of the vertices that I have. So imagine I have 100 particles, right? Each particle has 4 vertices. So I need to make sure that this runs at least... Wait, did I say 1,000 or 100? Imagine I have 1,000 particles. So I need to make sure this executes at least 4,000 times, right? Well, yes, I need to make sure that executes at least 4,000 times. And I know for sure that it's going to execute at least 64 times, because I can fire off 64 groups. So really, I need to launch 1,000 divided by 64 groups of threads, if each group is going to handle a single vertex. And then basically, you can execute the compute shader once per particle. Yeah, I could do that as well. Oh, actually, yeah, that is actually going to be the thing that's going to be more useful to do in the end. You're right, you're right. Handle the vertex positioning, the vertex shader feature. Yeah, that's true. Okay, so we'll do it that way. But now let's imagine that I have 1,000 particles, okay? That's a good point. I can change that. That's not the main point that I was trying to be demonstrating, but thank you actually for pointing that out. Yeah, Unity has documentation for like the C# stuff. When you start getting into like proper like compute shader stuff, you start realizing, wow, this is there's not really a whole lot to work with here. Unless I'm looking in completely the wrong place. But yeah, so what I was trying to get at is, imagine I needed this to execute 1,000 times then, because there are 1,000 particles, right? And we end up dealing with like 4 vertices instead of just 1 per this, whatever. We need this to run 1,000 times. We actually need to fire up 1,000 over 64 groups of these threads, right? And you could say +1 to ensure that you're gonna have all of them covered, and that it's not gonna like round down to like a slightly too small number, you know. And the way you fire up thread groups is also split up into X, Y, and Z dimensions. So I work out how many thread groups I need, which I'm currently calculating in this way. Number of particles. Ah, wait a minute. Number of vertices is number of particles, number of thread groups. Ah, okay, so I actually made a slight mistake. I am actually assigning like 1 thread per particle rather than per group, so that this actually would have caused an error if I'd made this number of particles too high. Or just some wouldn't have been updated. But anyway, so... Alright, so this is the number of the number of threads that we need... Oh, sorry, that we have... this. Number of thread groups that we need then would ideally be 1 per particle, except 1 thread group is handling this many particles. So the number of thread groups we need is number of particles divided by the number of threads per group, right? And then, because we want to split that kind of as evenly as we can over the X and Y dimensions, I get the square root of that somewhere. There. And then I add 1 to each just to make sure that we cover all particles. So there's actually going to be a bunch of threads that do nothing at the end. But whatever. And so then when we dispatch it, we fire up that function. We spawn this many groups. We span this many in the X dimension, this many in the Y dimension. And, you know, it's just spread only over 1 Z. So that's how I'm deciding how many groups to fire up, actually. You mentioned ChatGPT. You have access to 4.0? Sometimes I'm surprised by how it knows things, as in most cases it finds stuff I haven't found, blah 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 blah. No, I do not. I'm using a bot, like a Discord bot that a friend is managing and stuff. I'm pretty sure they're only paying for GPT-3 because GPT-4 is extremely slow and expensive in comparison. So since you only need an index, you can use SV group index instead. Group oh, it's over here. Group index. What is group index? Is that basically doing what I'm already automatically doing? Oh! Oh, that's way more useful. What the hell? Okay. For that one group. Okay, wait. Not the thread? Oh! Right. Okay. Okay. It's for group index instead. Okay, so this is of the thread within the group. And we also are going to have the group itself. And it's a flat index, so I guess it's just a uint? Like that. So this would be the ID of the group. May I link docs where I found it? Yeah, please. GPT-4 is way more advanced, but it seems GPT 3.5 has knowledge of more recent events. Interesting. Let's have a look. Microsoft, alright. Group index. Dispatch thread ID. Group. So really, it'd be really nice if there was a thread index, wouldn't it? Okay, so what we can calculate is the ID. Let's call this ID. You know, let me just calculate the ID of the thread first. And then the ID of the vertex will be... hang on a second. I think this calculation is wrong, isn't it? Yeah, this should be 8 times that. I need another. Let me just start putting... yeah, give me one second. Let's call this thread size. XY, just to make it square. We can make it 8. Can you actually define the default value, I guess? We'll find out in a moment, I guess. There, that's what we want. Why not uint 3, if that exists? For this? Oh, because I want this to just be square each time, right? Fun. Like it's each size is going to be the same dimension, so 8 by 8 there. Then I can know the 8 multiplied by the y plus the x is going to be some number ranging from 0 up to this squared minus 1. You can put 64 on this one and 1 on this one. That would work. But it like apparently might not be as optimal because of the hardware. I think only the total number matters. Okay, I've heard otherwise, but right. Hi, Azudokawawa. Can I call you Kawawa? Oh, no, call you... Hi, welcome. I'm gonna call you Kawawa. That's kind of cute. Hi, welcome. Okay, one sec. Let me give a welcoming pat. Maybe I'm not gonna get too close. No, it should be good. Wait, it's not even close enough. Pat, pat. There you go. Ah! Hey now, hey now. Hey. Where's this coordinated attack? You need that. Good. I mean, it's not good that you need it, but I'm glad I could... blah. Okay, so the ID of the thread then becomes this flat number ranging from 0 to 63. So then... the ID of the vertex is going to be this squared. Actually, can you like make it constant? Can you like do const uint? Is that a thing? Let me see what happens if I do that. Just save this compiles. Jesus, Fail to create a device. The process cannot access the file because it's being used by another process. What? Okay, num threads XYZ attribute expected by XYZ. Other dimensions are non-literal parameters. Okay. So you can't have it defined like that. Fred, hi. Is there a way that you can like define a literal? I wonder. Compute shader, define literal. Is that a thing that I can do? Or do I literally have to just remember and do find and replace myself every time? I'm finding nothing. Wait, you can use hash define? Nice. If I can. I'm so used to not being able to use useful things like this in C#.
Fromage.
Well, shit, it works. I assume this error's gonna disappear. Hi, Freb. Hope you're doing alright. I'm just trying to ignore the Freb cheese avalanche. Okay, nice. That works. This makes things a lot easier. Okay, so in that case, that means I can do this times this, and it'll be compiled away into 64. So it's not actually going to be doing that calculation every time, which is nice. Alright, so... Oh, hang on a second. And this multiplied by the group as well. Yeah, there you go. That should work then, right? So really that's the ID of the thread, and this is the ID of the... The ID of the group is... that. So the ID of the vertex is... the group... times that. So this is essentially what I'm saying here is... width times y plus x. And essentially what I'm saying here is... ID group times num threads in group plus ID thread. That's basically what I'm saying. Oh god, what is this, sir? Stop torturing the Robo-Uke!
Here. Yes, beep beep. Make sure to shade and compute hard, okay?
Okay, alright. I don't know why you use all those huge number of weird ends. You're making her not be able to she gets stuck reading it for a long time, then you waste all of your TTS time on the on that, and she just glitches out on that for ages, so it's kind of funny. Commencing shutdown, initiating napping sequence. 1, 2, 3, signing off. Good luck. Alright, thank you very much. Have a nice nap, Stuart. Poor Robo-Uke. You did it to her! Why are you saying poor Robo-Uke? Hi, Cody Goose. Hi. Sorry, I'm on the view where you can't read anything. There you go. Thanks for swinging by. How's you? So you would do 6411, 881, or 444. Oh yeah, right. I could split it across 4 actually, couldn't I? Or 3 dimensions, in fact. 4 times 4 is 16 times... Yeah, you know what? We could do that. That's spreading more across X, Y, and Z. That should be the best spread, right? I'm assuming that's better. Hi, Nimu! Why are you sad? Bye-bye, Sua. Total number is the one that actually matters. Really? Damn. I thought that spreading it across... Guess I'll just pack up and cry. You can notice me 3 times. What? Oh, the question mark. Hi, Nimu. Hi. I'm sorry, it's hard to see when it's just an emote and no text, and it's among lots of other stuff. I'm sorry. How do I even respond to that anyway? Except for saying hi, Nimu. Hi, Nimu. No crying. No crying. Wait. No crying aloud. You want the total number to be some specific value, and 64 is a good one. Oh, okay.
Cheese.
Nimu!
Shite.
Cheese.
Okay, so I could make that 4 then. If I want that to be X, Y, and Z. Apparently NVIDIA is optimized well for multiples of 32 and AMD for multiples of 64. 64 sounds ideal then, right? Only the last one was Nimu Yuk. What? The other two were other people. I didn't get it. So you don't have to calculate the index. Yeah, I don't need to... Rainrest! Hi! Thank you very much for the raid! How's your stream? Thank you! I'm sorry, we're doing really, nerdy stuff. I understand what you're saying to me, but it was you who threw cheese at me. But hi! Welcome, welcome! I'm trying to write code to move things on a screen. In the most convoluted way possible. We started streaming at the same time. Oh, right. That's funny. Jace. Yeah, welcome. Thank you very much. Let me just quickly do a shout out. I almost completely forgot. Rest. I'm gonna see what you're doing. Is it Genshin or was it art? It was Genshin. Genshin Daily. By the way, this person here, I'm trying to point. This person here, I'm gonna try and give headbands. Close enough. This person, Rinrest, is who you have to thank for being able to do this. No, not that. It's me and Minnie that you have to thank for that. It was Minnie who suggested the redeem, or the name for the redeem anyway. But this emote right here, you can just about see it as it climbs out from behind all of the cheese notifications. The licking is thanks to Invest. Yesterday I made this. Yeah, I saw that when you raided into Cat Stream. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it on your Twitter. That's really cool. Making emotes using Live 2D. Wait, so you're telling me the licking emote was like hand animated a whole bunch of layers? Well, I guess it would be ridiculous to make a Live 2D model just for a licking emote. Thanks for the hydration, Nimir. Did you purposely do that so it would get along with all of the cheese so that I wouldn't notice it? Like the redeem would come through among all the cheese ones? I feel like you're trying to be stealthy, Nimir. But thank you anyway. Yeah, nice job, Nimir. I still didn't put cheese for my redeem. Do you need to though? I wouldn't recommend it. People will throw cheese at you a lot. You just happen to redeem it at the same time. Okay.
Thank you for mastering cheese.
No! Robo, you stop betraying me. Okay, so this is gonna be thread size. It's really annoying because this word here, size, is confusing me. And I would call it thread count, but that's not correct.
Shot.
Because you still need 1 in this dimension, right? Fred, what is wrong with you?
Homage.
Fred!
Cheese.
Stop!
Cheese.
I have tits for throwing cheese to me. Well, those sound like very competent tits. I know you mean the Twitch integrated throwing system. What is my head doing? Why is my head all the way over there? I know you mean the Twitch integrated throwing system. Put them on X. Yeah, I'm doing it. I'm changing it. Actually, I'm just gonna put it as X. In that case, we can just do that. Still need to know the ID of the group. Num threads in group. I would love to call this num threads. You know, it's so much more simple. By the way, is it the same case for the thread groups? Do they need to be spread? I've done it. Excuse me. But yeah, I've been told that the number of threads actually matters. The distribution
We
of
go
them.
like a noodle when you're doing the sheepoodle.
What? So would it really matter if I just kept it like this? I think the group number matters. You think it does matter or you don't think it does matter? Wait, so then that makes it the same as the size, the thread number, right? That makes it the same opinion as the size, right? It could all just be on one axis. Ah, my ears! Okay, so x, y, so we can just call this x then. We could really just call it, not even caring about that. Wait, in that case we can just do it by x, right? Not even by y. Although it's a uint. Well, the uint is 32-bit, right? So it should be fine still. Why am I stretched? But yeah, we wouldn't need to do this multiplication then in that case. Which is kind of interesting. Let me comment this out just in case. Then we'll change the calculation. Thread size. Well, we don't need that. We just literally just... We don't need this line at all. We can just add this. My alignment is bugging me. What's a hypheniacs? Wiggle like a noodle when you're doing the shiboot. What even? Okay, so thread size x times group plus this thread size. And then group size. Do we do not need that actually. Where is it? I saw an error appear down there. How do I identify the thread size XY? Did I save? Oh, I didn't save. I'm gonna find something. Yes. Please take care of yourself, Renus. Thank you very much, though. Thread size. So we can make that instead. Thread group size is then. I'm gonna put these back just in case. We're going to use that instead. And 1. This then. And this here. Unity's UI being buggy is annoying me too much, so I won't keep it open to check stuff anymore. Okay, I'm sorry. Group size is num thread groups. Actually. I just won't do that for now. Wow, look at all this stuff we're commenting on. Very nice if it keeps working. Okay, so we shouldn't need to do that. Or that. Or that. Oh, maybe we do need to do that actually. Okay. Okay. This might actually work. Okay, let me just... If there are no errors. Okay, let me just run through what this is supposed to do. For computer shader stuff, I made a Minecraft-like chunk mesh generator to experiment with Godot's. And some other small experiments. It just like makes random cubes? Okay, so what this is supposed to do is, as a test, it gets the... you know what, let me just fix this up. Let me fix this. I'm gonna change how things work. So we are calling this once for each particle. So the index of the... This should actually be the index of the particle. Let's call this index of the particle. Start using some better terminology here. Then, if we want to know about the number of particles, not the number of vertices. Let's call this num particles. and we send the num-particles over. Num-particles, num-particles. It should just work. Trademark. Okay, still no errors. Nice. Makes a single mesh for a whole chunk, putting chords where it needs to. Holy crap. Hi, Yuki Duki! Hi. There means they are. Where means we are. It's true. Your equals perfect. You are is equal to perfect? I am perfect? Ah! You're very kind. Thank you for the posture check. I love your name. Yuki Duki. Gotta be smooth with it. Nice. Also, hi, Cosette. I am alive. Thank you. I'm actually not feeling too tired. My brain just feels very, very slow because of a lack of sleep. Also trying to fight off panic attacks. Which is just a thing that happens with lack of sleep. But yeah, how's you? Hope people are doing alright. So it's the usual? No. Last night is the worst night of sleep I've had. I don't know. In all the time that I've been streaming, I think. Well, the most frequent waking up. I've had less sleep in total. I don't know. Anyway, I'd rather concentrate on this. So you never sleep. I always struggle with sleep. Sleep is always difficult for me, but insomnia is a beach. But yeah. Anyway, so let's set the position of some particles, which means groups of 4 things. So let me just do a thing. I'm gonna do this. It's gonna be equal to this. So particles. I'm just gonna try to lay out some particles in a row. I don't know a better way to do this. So I'm gonna do this. Just putting +0 so it's nicely aligned. Okay. So this should have you tried Uberman sleep cycle? What? I don't know what this is. My hand keeps on also stopping tracking. So what this should do is it should look at what particle this is out of however many there are and position each particle 1 unit apart from the... Oh no, it should split all of the particles into like a row so they are... In total, they're separated by... Like the first one is 1 distance apart from the last one. If I'm not mistaken. Or not quite, actually. It'll be half the way along. Who gives a damn? Let me just run the goddamn thing and see if I see 2 particles not on top of each other. That'll collapse all vertices to a point. Why do you say that? That didn't when I was setting them individually. Let's have a look. Gonna add some offset to them. Thought I did. This one's X is this. Out of this. This is a thing that worked before. I never showed you, did I? I should have shown you. I should have shown you before I changed all this stuff. But this used to work. Let me just put some lines back. Plus equals instead of equals? Oh, right. Because of we're changing each. Right. Sorry. Right. For each separate one. Yeah. Okay, yeah. We'll have to like have a width, I guess, as well for each particle. And a height. Well, we'll just call it particle size, I guess. Or particle width and height might be a better way of saying it. Yeah, I have the same expression. What am I making? Okay, so I'm trying to make an effect. Let me just quickly go over this because I know there's probably a bunch of people who weren't here when I first went over this. I'm trying to make a thing. I got rid of the useful Microsoft Paint thing, so let's just draw it again, I guess. I'm trying to make a thing where I can give it a texture, and the texture has some pattern on it. Could be text, could be like, hi. And I want this to cause a bunch of particles. I want it to be spelt out by a bunch of particles. So you won't actually see this white part, but you would see particles like scattered all over this, right? And yeah. And I know how to do it on the CPU fairly easily, but I'm trying to do it using a compute shader. And the reason this needs to be done, the reason I'm worrying about this, the speed of this, which is why I want to do it in a shader, is because it's going to be changing position over time. They're going to start at random positions and come together to, in like a swarm, to spell out text or a white on black pattern, for example, or whatever. And then I want to be able to move to a different one. You know, I could change this texture so that it'll just go like go somewhere else. I had an interesting thought about that. I could have it so that the particles already on a white part don't move if I change it. Actually, no, that would, if I then added a white part up here, they'd never move to the new one. Okay, so let me just do this. X equals that. Then we'll have this one be equal to, let me just make this a float. I'm going to call this particle position, which is equal to this. This becomes this. This one becomes, so 0 is the top left, 1 is the top right, this is the bottom right, and this is the bottom left. So the top left's X and Y. Actually, I'm not even going to modify what the Y position yet. We're just going to move them horizontally for one moment. Let's just keep things simple. The right edge moves further along. I'm just trying to position them once, Stewie, right now. Not have them in motion. This... yeah, it's persistent. Exactly. This is that. This one is the bottom right, so it's on the right still, so we still need to add the width of the particle. And this one over here is the bottom left, and we're only caring about horizontal, so it's on the left again, so we don't need to add any horizontal distance. Alright, does it compile? I don't know. Yes. Okay, let me just run it. Still not working. As I feared, I may have changed way too many things at once, and now I don't know what the problem is. God damn it. I basically changed the entire code for everything. Funnily enough, it doesn't work. Let me just put all this stuff back. Well, not all of it, just that bit really. Yeah, I shouldn't have done it. I should have shown that it was working originally, but it's not working now. Alright, I'm gonna put everything back because I want to show that it used to work. So that used to be that. This used to be this. We used to have a words instead. Birds? Keep forgetting to change the... Wait, what's the complaining about? I guess that's the wrong one. Wait, what's wrong with this? Oh, it's yeah, never mind, that's from something else a long time ago. I think that's how it used to be. And put this back to how it used to be as well. Which was none of that. And we'll just change one thing at a time this time. So this is actually invert. This is actually non-verts. Pro tip. Change one thing at a time, not everything. What did I have before? This was 881. Thread size XY. Should be able to do that at least. Okay, and then from this we choose the index of the vert. You didn't multiply by 4, did you? No, I didn't. I kind of want to see if I can get things working again first, before I start messing around on other stuff though. I'm going to identify a thread size. Hi, Ali! Thread size. What is thread size? I hate these names so much. You have no idea. This is so meaningless in my head, but I can't call it like num threads because that's not what it actually is. It's just like a dimension. You got to multiply them all together to get the real thread size. This means nothing in my head. It's so confusing to me. I guess that. Hi. Sorry, you're joining in a very messy middle of trying to get anything to do anything moment, Ali. I don't remember if I've changed everything I need to change to get this to work. I've not. Thread group size must be above 0. Why is it 0? Oh, because that's commented out still. Fair enough. We are computing. I'm getting really impatient with the amount of time it's taking Unity to recompile stuff. I'm gonna have to put my computer into high performance mode, but that's gonna make my room so much hotter! Alright, it's still not doing anything. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. Air conditioning. I actually do have a portable air conditioning thing. It's so fucking loud though. I cannot normally use that. It's also really expensive. Well, it's less expensive than blah blah blah. Alright, did I ever set numverts? I did. Put the computer outside. My room would still be really hot. I wish I could put my lights outside and have them aim inwards. Okay, so let's just simplify this even more. We won't even consider the possibility of different groups. We'll just do one, I guess.
cheese,
And then let's do ID vert equals this. We're not even going to consider different groups because I don't think I was doing that before. Oh, right, invert. Why did I not run this beforehand so you could see that stuff was working? It was working. I swear it was working. Okay, fucking finally. Right, there we go. We're moving the verts. Right, finally. Okay, there you go. So now you can see them. Thank God. Moving the, setting them in the compute shader and then moving them into the vertex shader is working. Right, that was a painful process. Now let me, hopefully, I can remove this and it should still work. Let's see. I'm wanting to know what I can safely remove now. This is so goddamn slow. Okay, it does still work nice. I'm putting this into high performance mode. My impatience is rising too much. Fades back to look. Bye, Enlin! Okay. So now if we just fire off a sudden... Well... What did we actually change? So what messed it up was adding this into it, isn't it? Or something into it. Adding something messed this up. So calculating it by this messed it up, didn't it? So before we were doing thread size xy times... What is it that broke in? Oh yeah, of course that wouldn't have worked if we're only adding the x. Well, actually, it probably would have worked because this is 8. And there are only 8 verts in total, actually, because it's 2 particles. So it might actually have worked. Zai, hi! Welcome to Yuke has no idea how to do anything stream. Okay, let's try changing it one by one. Oh, actually, Stewie said wait. I'm gonna wait until... I'm gonna wait and read what the Stewie says. Okay, so this is the one that's working right now. And gradually, hopefully, put things back to the other way. Nonsense, you're smart. Not smart enough! I lost the docs page. Oh no! Hi, Zai. How's the Zai? Thanks for stopping... Zai, bye! No, I'm sorry. I've not had enough sleep. My stupid puns are more stupid and worse than usual. Alright, let's start moving us towards 1-dimensional instead of 2-dimensional. Also, you do have 4 verts per quad, right? I mean, yeah? I think so. I hope so. I'm supposed to. We have these 4 vertices, 0, 1, 2, and 3 per particle. Then we make the triangle out of vertices 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, and 0. Going like the yeah. Which one are you using for the group ID? I've lost my thing. I'm not sure what you mean, which one am I using for the group ID? Suddenly Zai by go to the police? The polls? You're voting right now? Doing better, slowly getting into hobbies and such again. Hell yeah! Oh, I see what you mean. It was apparently a bad joke. Don't worry, I have had not really sleep, so even if it was a good joke, it would have been wasted on me. So it's good that it was a bad joke that got wasted. It would have been a bigger waste of joke if it had been a good joke, right? So thread size. And then just get the vert thing from this instead. Zai! Thank you very much! You got added. No! Oh, thank you very much as well, Zai. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think you have to refresh, right, if you're mid-ad for the sub to take effect. That's why I'm saying that. But thank you very much. Very generous. I'm sorry if I appear half dead right now, or just like not talking and like not saying what I should be saying. It's yeah, like I said, sleep would be nice. So now we're just going based on the X position, which should be the only one that's changing. So this should work. Sleepy Uke is cute Uke. Really though? Oh, thanks. Okay, nice. It is still moving those vertices. Okay. Maybe I should have made a new Unity project for this, so I didn't have to like spend so long recompiling every time I switch back to this. Ah, very hi. There is Zai. Just jump scared me while I was looking at the docs. Oh, that's annoying. You don't need group because you are using dispatch. What? SV dispatch thread ID combines the group and my ears. It doesn't actually combine my ears. Oh, it combines the group and thread? How the hell does it do that? Oh, I can kind of imagine actually. I can, yeah, okay, I get it. So I can just use this directly and not need any of this crap if I'm just launching it only on the x-axis with threads and thread x-axis with thread groups. Yeah, please. Stewie, I think you have permission to link to docs in any stream of mine. Certainly this stream. Don't worry, this stream. Anyway, you've asked this stream. Sheesh, look at this. So dispatch. My half asleep brain cannot pass that picture at all. At the top, not there. Oh, sorry, I was I was caught by this. My eyes went to it. Indices for which combined thread and thread group a compute shader is executing. Oh, for which combined thread and thread group a compute shader is executing in. This is the sum of the group ID multiplied by number. Oh, so it's doing exactly what I was trying to do. Okay. Alright, okay, nice. Alright, I'll just use that then. Wait, which one was that called? Dispatch thread ID. Dispatch thread ID. So that's this three-dimensional one. So I can just look at the X value if I'm only doing it X-wise. Yeah. E. And if I just put it only into the X part here. So that's probably why the group was breaking stuff. I don't know. I don't expect that to actually be breaking it. It shouldn't for one group, exactly. It should all be like 0 based, right? It should be on the 0. Okay, let's just try this right now. Ignore the fact that I'm spawning multiple groups, okay? The 8 vertices fit into this. Into one group right now. So let me just make sure this still works. I'm just trying to change things one by one. Because I got burned by changing a bunch of stuff earlier. Not sure you answered. You do have 4 verts per quad. It still works nice. 4 verts per quad. I did start going through that, but I'm not sure. Ah, you might have been being added. With an index buffer. I have 4 vertices, so each particle is a quad. I have 4 vertices, and I'm building a triangle with 6 indices. And each one is 0, 1, and 2, and then 2, 3, and 0. I don't know if there's like a... there's probably a more graceful way to do it than this, but whatever, I'm just repeating this for each number of particles. According to the number of particles, sorry. Okay, so this was still working. So let's try just spawning... 1 thread group. Well, we'll do it on the x-axis instead. So let's just bring this line of code back, and it should still work. This is in high performance mode. It's still slow. Oh, it's not. I put it back. I turned off high performance mode. Oops. Oops, I just accidentally stopped it. Okay, still working. Good. You can do a bit of basis stuff to do it in a loop though. It's even better when you're making cubes because that 6 times. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I missed that line of text. Okay, that makes more sense. I need to quieten this music a bit for my own head. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna change music to a calmer one. That's distracting. 1 second. Loads. Boop. Boop. Okay. There we are. Music that's easier to concentrate with. Why is my arm like so insanely outstretched? Imagine calibrating your stuff. Okay, so that still works. So everything on this side, I guess, is working. What if I now set the number of particles instead of the number of vertices? And we don't need that anymore because we're not using that anymore. We're using just this. So we're not setting those things anywhere. And we just set num particles instead of num verts. And so we calculate an end particle from that, which we know this works. So end particle is this num particles instead of vertices. And for each one of these, we just set, so we're basically doing this now. At this point, I think I can bring this back. Let me comment this out. Bring this back. So this is based on the index of the particle. Don't forget times 4. Yeah, true. Okay, so the index of the particle is this. So what we can actually just do is make an index of the first vertex as well. Just to make more sense in my head. And vertex, but fine, equals end particle times 4, and then really what we're doing is this. Yeah. That's right? I think that's right. So now we should have each particle just shifted a little to the left. Instead of each vertex shifted a little to the left, it should be each particle. I also keep forgetting that Unity is this weird backwards X thing. And we get nothing. Interesting. Nothing at all. No errors. Interesting. Why? Num particles. Is that even being set? Am I using the correct name? Yep. Is this being set correctly? It must be, because this is all being done. 2. 2, yeah. Vertex. So this is going to be 0 or 4. So 0, 1, 2, 3 becomes... Ah! Thank you very much for the follow! Sonnen Bulvmi. It's meant to be like Bloom. Uncle you, Sonnen. Hi, Sonnen. Is it a uint in C# as well? No, actually. But numverts is integer, and this is unsigned integer, and that still worked. The only reason I was using integer instead of unsigned, why was it? There was a reason. What was it? What was the reason? There was a reason. Try making int in the shader. Sure. Exclamation mark, fine. Am I right, Zay? But like this was working. This was working with the same deal with invert, so I don't see why this would suddenly work. Yeah, nothing. I know why it is. We're never setting the width and height. So they're still all on top of each other. We're never setting the width and height. Got them keyboard layout. Let's just say the width and height is 1. Okay, that should work. That should do it. Isn't the constant the shader? Don't think so. No. Do it based on the first vertex. I'm not sure what you mean. Still nothing. Still nothing. Wait, I made it a float, not an... Sorry. Sorry about that. I wonder if that was turning into some really bizarre number. What does what does 1? What does 31 zeros followed by a 1 mean when it's read as a float? I wonder. Thank you for the pants, Felix. There we go. Look at that. Now we have 2 particles perfectly offset by half. Okay, nice. Hell yeah. All right, I've been able to position my fake particles in a compute shader. Hell yeah. I'm trying to get sparkles in my eyes, but it's not wanted right now. There we are. Dragon Ball Z fighting. Nice. Dragon Ball Z fighting. Yeah, it is. That's fine. That's what I expect. Because we're only changing X. We're not even changing Y at this point. Okay. Alright. I'm kinda happy about that. Only problem is, I'm not sure how I can Oh, I know what I can do. Stream done. Hell yeah. I did move some fake particles on the screen. Fake pixels? Did I call them pixels or particles? Dots. Okay, yeah. I did move fake dots. Nice. Stream done. Alright, well, thanks for coming to my stream. Blah, 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 blah. Next time you add a 3rd dot, right? Hell yeah. Next time on Dragon Ball Z fighting. Okay, so we can put this back to there. I can get rid of this and this. We can start to do some tidying up of all this crap, which is hopefully not needed anymore. Watch me regret this in 5 seconds. Actually, you know, let me put this back. I'm tempting fate by doing this. Let's first... let me just have this separated by... let's have this span... I'm just hard coding a number in here, temporarily. Let's have many particles. I want more than the... Well, actually, if this temporarily, we could just change this. Let's pretend that the thread size is only 2. So each thread only handles 2 particles. Wait, is that right? No, so there are only 2 threads, that's what I'm trying to say. So there are only 2 threads per group. That's what that number means. God, I hate this name so much. Okay, now let's make, I don't know, 50 particles. Because I need it to be able to be small enough that I can actually count that it's working, I guess. Let's make it 10 then. So in that case, I need to update this as well. I wish this could be shared between, but it has to be constant. Yeah, I think it has to be constant in here. Not even constant, it can't even be, it has to just be like a literal. So I just have to remember to change it, I guess. I mean, this is not a thing that's normally going to change. Num threads is currently 2. You can't read it from the shader? Really? Even if it's hash defined? Because it's not a constant. It complains even if I make it constant. It needs to be a literal, is what I'm trying to say. In the shader. Can I read a literal from the shader? I guess I could, huh? I guess I actually could do that. Yeah, I could like set a float to the literal, couldn't I? Not the literal, the num threads. I could also set a float. Or an int would be a more sensible thing. To this. The hash defined thing, wherever it is. This. Inside here, for example, and read back that int. Not the literal, the num threads. Get kernel thread group sizes. Well, I'll be damned. Very nice, thank you, Stewie. Okay, so we don't need to know this in advance. Yeah, we do, we need it for this. Okay, hold on. Alright, let's do this at the very first thing we do. Okay, so this is gonna be... compute... Wait, what's it called? Is it comp? Yeah. This... dot... that? That's a thing? It is a thing! Holy crap! So this is gonna be a vector 3 then, right? Oh, it puts it out into 3 separate integers. Fine. Move! Okay, let's call these... Were they ints or uints? They're uints, because shaders are sensible! And they have sensible data types for their indices. Unlike C#, where the arrays need to be integers, or they're casted to integers if I'm not mistaken. Not unsigned integers. I guess Unity pre-processes all of their shaders. I know nothing about it. No flipping idea. Right, uint. I'm gonna call this... Wait. Thread group sizes? Not a thread group size? So wait, my thread group size thing should actually be thread group size? These names are so fucking stupid. I have to swear now, it's annoying me so much. So if this is called a thread group size, then this should be called thread group size. Therefore, this should be called thread group size. Right? It's such stupid. Alright, let's just call this num threads. There we are. If it's only going to be one dimensional, we can just call it a count rather than the size. Okay. Num threads. Alright, num threads is going to be read from this. I always have to have a second doc up explaining them anytime I touch them. Yeah, it's just so broken. You know what's reminding me of? Machine learning stuff. And the size of the dimensionality of tensors and machine learning and some of the stupidity there. Anyway. And the fact that it doesn't matter because behind the scenes it's all one-dimensional. In Python anyway. Okay, so let's call this thread size X, thread size Y, thread size Z. And this is kernel index. Okay, we're gonna have to get this. Well, let's just get this once at the beginning. What about Python? Oh, machine learning stuff in Python, which is the only language that machine learning exists in. I'm being facetious. It's just that for some reason everyone likes to use it. All the arrays and stuff are all one-dimensional behind the scenes anyway. So people do silly things like just interchangeably read the interchangeably read it as if it's one-dimensional with like width times height number of indices, or access it by 2 indices with the x and the y. Anyway. Okay, so let me just make a thing which is gonna be number of threads, but it's not defined there. And the number of thread groups is also not gonna be defined there. Probably 0 or not. What? Oh. I'll sort this crap out later if this works. Oh, it can't be an integer. Yeah, it can't be a constant either, huh? A bit annoying, but whatever. Am I sacrificing performance for that? Not having it be constant? Okay, so we want to know this. This needs to be up here as well then. This can be private, integer, index of the kernel. Let's call this IK for index of the kernel, and then it's for CS main. IK equals index of kernel. Because we're gonna have multiple. So a kernel is like a function, right? Basically, if I'm not mistaken. So this is this. So we get the number of threads that this is gonna run on. Oh shit, sorry. Sorry, not the number of threads, but the dimensionality. No, is dimensionality just the number of dimensions? I don't know. Terminology is difficult. Thread size Y, thread size Z. I think I need to put out before each of them because it's setting them. Could actually have them be defined here as well if I really wanted. Is it that way around? Or can I not have it defined that way actually? Apparently not. Alright, what's I complaining about? Int kernel doesn't exist in the current context. Oh yeah, right, it's now IK CS main. Okay, so let's set number of threads equal to thread size X times the Y times the Z. And the number of thread groups. What's the problem? Cannot implicitly convert uint to int. Well, we can have these be sensible now. Can we make all of this sensible actually? Kernel is an integer, not unsigned. So the number of thread groups is equal to the number of particles over the number of threads. And I'm adding 1 to make sure that there's always enough. We're just gonna sometimes make wasted threads, but whatever. More like a whole program than a function. Interesting. The kernel is a program rather than the GPU. Sheesh. Hi, Space Ham! I will continue my assignment while I have the motivation. Alright, welcome and goodbye, Space Ham! Hi. Why is it? What's it complaining about here? What have I done? What have I done? Ah, is that why? Because you can only set int rather than uint? You said uint doesn't exist, right? So I'd have to be casting every time I'm doing that. Is that why I did that? I think that's why I did that, huh? I can literally just... Well, I'm only doing it once. Who flipping cares? Pretend it's an int. Or make it an int, I guess. Can I go from uint to int? Where? Here as well. Wait, so this requires this to be an integer. Look how stupid this is. When you're dispatching it, you have to provide an integer number of thread groups. But when you're getting the size of the number of threads in a group, they're returned as unsigned integers. What is this stupid inconsistency and like I know they're different things. This is the number of threads, and this is the number of thread groups. But why would you use one of them? Why would you make one of them signed and one of them unsigned? I swear to God. What if you want negative groups, though? Yeah, right. What if I want to free up time on my GPU so I can tell it to run a minus number of threads? Or is that legitimately a thing that you can do, and it just ignores the sign? I prefer my sarcastic joke, to be honest. Can still chat while I code. Sheesh! Alright, have fun. Number of thread groups. Fine, then we'll make this one... we'll make this one No, we'll make this one negative. Able to go negative. And we'll just cast the entire goddamn thing to this. Look at this disgusting code it's making me write. Variable declaration can be inlined. Yeah, that's what I thought, but you complained when I tried to do that before. Or is it because they'd already been defined? Ah, it was because they'd already been defined. Can you put these either way around? No. Okay. Alright, a bit neater. Nice. Very nice. Some threads is this then. And the thread groups. Is that fine? So we don't need to do it that way anymore, I guess. Wait, have we got this working yet? Did we ever confirm this is working yet? No, I think this is what I was about to test, isn't it? We'll see if this still works. Yeah, right, we're about to test if this works now with doing more particles than can fit in a single thread group. So the number of thread groups, you know what, let me just, for sanity's sake, let me just debug log this. Number of thread groups for this many particles. Thread groups. So this should say 6, because really we need 5, and then we're adding an extra 1. Okay, let's see if that works. Which one? Oh, right there, I'm sorry. I'm doing the undo and forward buttons for your C# chess game. Oh, nice! Which is just 2 stacks. Right, okay. What is this shader error? Wait, was that an old error? Let's see what happens when I try to run it. It disappeared now, so... Ooh, value cannot be null! Sheesh! Okay, let's see at the top. What were we doing? Oh my god. Look at this mess. Oh my god, okay, what's the first error? Oh, these are just random errors that the Unity editor likes to throw whenever I'm making my own mesh, which is nice. Invalid kernel index 0 passed. Must be non-negative less than 1. What? What? Wait, it's failing here? Wait, it's failing at this point? Non-negative, less than 1 sounds like 0 to me, yeah. Indeed. So this is coming back 0, I guess? Why is this failing then? Let's flipping sanity check this then, I guess. I should probably disable a whole bunch of things, shouldn't I? Well, there is a lot disabled, but there's still prints shit. Because awake still gets executed, doesn't it? Even if start doesn't. Alright, IKCS main is 0, which is correct. But it's not liking it when I pass 0 into this function to get the thread group sizes. Which is very interesting. Why? This function's succeeding as well, it's not throwing an error here. I guess it would throw an error if you were to put nonsense in. Let's see. Because that way, you know, it's going to confirm that something is working. Yes, okay, CS main not found. Good. Oh, sorry, CS main oof is not found. Okay, good. So this is succeeding when it's like this. So why the hell is this not succeeding? Let's look at the definition of this. Which kernel to query? A single computer share can have multiple ones, and it returns this. Workgroup size for each computer shader is specified using num threads. Use this function to query it. I mean, I'm trying. But you're not working with me. Wait, did I not save this? Is that gonna have caused a problem? There was something here that wasn't saved. I've saved it now. Let's see if that magically fixes it. Oh, unclear identify thread size. Right, because it's now called num threads. Why is this not checking anything? This shader, it does check if I type something wrong, right? No, it doesn't actually. Never mind. Right, so this is just flipping IntelliSense is completely useless for anything that's not a C# file apparently. When you're doing Unity stuff. I've heard that there's an add-on you can get for it, but right, so this is what's it complaining about? Unexpected token F. Oh, so you don't put F? Do you just put that? Apparently you do. Okay. See if that magically fixed something. Yep, it magically fixed something. Amazing. Okay. Good. So we now can get the number of threads. And holy crap, look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are indeed 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you should say that there are 6 groups. Yep. Number of threaded groups of 10 particles is 6. Nice. I'm not even going to question why this was succeeding and this was failing before. Yeah. 6, because we are adding 1, just in case the number of... because this is going to round down, right? Imagine you had 50 threads, and you wanted 51 particles. You do 51 divided by 50, and it's going to give you 1. So effectively, you want to ceiling this, in all honesty, but... Isn't it 64 particles per group? No, I temporarily changed it to 2. Just to test, here. Just to make sure that this would... So you can't see my mouse pointer moving on this one. It's not inverted for some reason, or it's black. Look, I'm waving it over the text CS main here. Look. On my screen it's white, but on the capture it's black. It's very weird. All outside the box is just void. I knew it was safe in the box. It is! I mean, outside the box is this. And this. This is where 2 camera views are composited together, which looks very weird when I do that. Thank you for the clap. I appreciate it. I've actually done a thing. It wasn't panning around, it was, well, I mean, I guess I did make that as well. When I tried to do JavaScript in a PHP file, and it doesn't help at all. What? Va? I did a thing! I did! I'm also holding up 2 thumbs, but it's only seeing 1. Hello? There we are, now I can be happy. Okay, so this seems to be working. So if I were to want... okay, this is spread out over the range of 50. Now let's say I wanted 100 particles. I thought you were holding up 2 thumbs on a single hand. I mean, it's a leap motion, so you could be forgiven for thinking that. Name a more iconic duo. Cat plus random 2 times too small for the cat. What? Also, hi, don't. How are you doing? Or how are you don'ting? Okay, nice. And yeah, they're overlaying by half because we're making this be 50 wide. There's 100 particles and 50 wide. Alright, it seems to be working. Can't really count them very easily, but I'd say there's probably 100 there, right? Hello. Okay, nice. I think this is working. So if I were to make this, let's say 5 threads per group, and I want to draw 4 particles. This... I'm on the wrong thing. This here should catch for the most of the particles. So most of the threads in the second group, say threads 6 to 10, or indices 5 to 9. No. How many am I drawing? 4. Yeah. So threads... I'm drawing 4. And there are 5 per thing. So threads numbers 6 to 10 should be outside the range of this, so they shouldn't do anything. I wonder what would happen if we didn't put that check in. Would we just start corrupting random memory? What happens if you do that in a shader? This is one way to find out. I'm curious. I kind of want to try it now. Or would it throw an error? Does it do array bounds checking? I wonder. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is indeed 4 particles. Nice. And just to make sure, if I make this 6, so that it fires off 2 groups of threads. Oh yeah, right. There only would have been 1 before. Now there'll be 2 groups. Can't wait for the blue screen. Is it actually gonna mess up that badly? Is it gonna crash the graphics driver? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I normally wouldn't worry about just crashing the graphics driver because Windows usually recovers from that, but it might mess up OBS. Not sure. Hey! Let's find out. Let's find out. It's good to like know what I'm working with, right? It's good to know that I need to be extra careful, you know? Alright, if my stream goes down now, it's because I deleted these 2 lines of code. Let's find out. Put in an infinite loop as well. I'll pass on that one. Oh, were you there on Fred's stream the other night where he almost crashed his computer due to a mistake where he was spawning off an infinite, oh not infinite, like a exponentially growing number of threads every time he clicked a button? So he'd spawn 64 threads and he'd click again and he'd spawn another 128 and then another 256. Something like that. That brought his computer to his knees for a while. And amazingly, the stream recovered. It didn't actually end the stream even. But yeah, it's kind of funny. And all the programs just kind of died. Anyway, you crash your computer so much with infinite loops and shaders. Oh god, really? Wait, an infinite loop and a shader will bring the whole computer down? Is that just a Linux thing? So if you make the loop... Okay, right. This is memory corruption. Let's see what happens. Boop. I don't like the fact that nothing is happening. Nothing bad is happening. Okay, so I might just have corrupted memory outside my program and nothing bad has happened. So this means something bad might happen at any point during today's stream. Nice. And I won't be able to tell if it's a problem with my code or the fact that I corrupted the memory. Amazing. Alright. It's fun because Windows will kill GPU applications if they take too long to run, which can be super annoying when programming long-running kernels. Ah, okay. Back with single core. Literally anything to bring the system down. Yeah. I know that. Experienced that a whole bunch. You can fill up your call stack with an infinite recursion loop. There's a whole bunch of things you can do to abuse the computer. Wait, did your pad come through, Cat? Or did it not? Hi, Cat. Did it not come through? Wow, Twitch redeems are broken already. I wonder if that's due to my memory corruption. That'd be quite funny. I highly doubt it because it's nothing to do with the GPU. Wow, Twitch redeems are so, or just Twitch in general is so broken nowadays, isn't it? It's like, it's really, really bad. I've been seeing it on a whole bunch of people's streams. It's just so broken in various ways recently. Like, it's really, really, really unusually bad right now. And it has been for like a week or two, I feel. It's like they're not even trying to fix it anymore. Let me just do it for you. There you go. Thanks for the pants, cats. There we go. Windows just gives it the middle finger. Right, if it lasts too long, nice. You will make your shaders efficient, or else. Did mine earlier. 4 minutes ago, I'm not sure. I'll do it again just in case. Thanks for the pants, Stewie. Look at this, cat girl imagines that people want to be affectionate to her, so she pats herself. Erend! Hi! Hang on, let me make it the code readable. There you go. Thanks for stopping by. How's the ear? I'm sorry. And Leon! Leah Heron. Sorry. I sound like my Robo-Yuke voice when it doesn't know how to read things. Which is kind of appropriate because I'm the non-Robo-Yuke. Alright, so this all seems to be working. I'm going to remove all of this commented out shite. Put that back to 64, in fact. Alright, look how tiny this is now. So all this seems to be working. Probably gonna regret deleting this, but whatever. I'm gonna remove that. Well, I'll just comment it out actually. It could come in useful in the future. I'll remove this. Actually, I won't remove that. I'll remove this. And this. And this. What else can we remove? Cat's going crazy with removing things. We can remove this one. Okay. It's the cat and the bear. It is! Wait, cat redeemed what? Redeemed change theme to bright white for 200 fangs. How does one change the theme in this? Wasn't it just a theme in the end? So you had to do it like, there's a search bar that could appear up here somehow. I remember how I did it. And you could type a thing. Was it F6? No. Was it F9? Was it F10? 11? 12? I'm pressing random buttons now. Something bad's gonna happen. F4? 3? Wait, that's fine. F2? No. F1? Hey, there we are. Literally the last F key that I could have tested. Amazing. Preferences, color theme. Oh, you can just do it through this. So CHC dark is apparently what I'm on right now. Oh my god! This looks nice. It's gonna take a little while to get used to. Somehow it's managing to make some things lower contrast than they are on my high contrast dark theme. Anyway, that's not what you asked for there. Oh god, it feels like I'm staring through smoke. It's like my room's on fire and I'm trying to see. Background is grey, text is grey, everything's grey. Light. Light plus. Is this lighter than light? Okay, that's a bit much. Even for me, that's a bit much. What about high contrast theme? Well, that's better. Or light versus light plus. Did it change? Yeah. I'm not noticing a goddamn difference. Solarized light. Oh, it changes if you just mouse over it. That's useful. Or, you know, key over it. Oh, these are really tiny changes. That looks kind of nice. Just that, you know, it's hard to read things because it's blue on blue. Oh, that was the default one, if I remember rightly. Oh no, this was apparently default? What's even the difference? What is the difference? Nothing's changing. Things just flash for a moment. Ah, these become a different color, I see. Yeah, this is what this wishes it was. Alright, have fun beating your sabers, cat! Alright, she's gone, we can put it back. Thank you for stopping by there, cat. Hearts to you too. Wait, can I do that? I don't think I can. I can do them this way. I can't even do them this way, actually. No, it's great, I can't. Sorry, I tried. It's a cat and a bear. The whole gang's here. I've never truly gone.
Just like the spooky Yuke is never truly gone. She's always there, watching you. With this face. Truly terrifying. Truly terrifying.
Oh, I hit reverb as well. Alt F4 maybe? Nah. Unfortunately not. Steps on the spooky Yuke. Why can't you do this to the non-spooky Yuke? Number of thread groups. Okay, blah 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 blah. Alright, maybe it's time that we start moving these in more useful ways. This music is too loud for me. Okay, so let's have it set the X and the Y position. Yeah. And I just want to see if there's a convenient way to do this. Because we're going to be doing this a whole bunch. So effectively, we want this to become... Can you just do this, and then it becomes a vector 2? Or do you have to cast it to vector 2 or something? I don't remember how this works. Or float 2, sorry. So this is going to become... So really I could call this particle X, I guess. Oh, this is just a test anyway. Okay, I think it's about time that I maybe look at this texture and find the white points. Hi, Shido Spark? Hi. What is this? Indeed. Indeed. I'm trying to make a compute shader, and I'm wondering how to do things as well. I'm sorry. I've not done one ever before last night. And this is as far as I got last night. Actually, I didn't even get this far last night. Half of this was done on today's stream, I'd say. Okay. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. I'm trying to make a thing where you can make... Actually, this is a good point. This is a good time for me to go back to this, because this is about to be what I'm about to... This is what I'm about to be trying to do. I want you to be able to give it a texture, like this. And it's just gonna look for white pixels and choose a point on that texture as where a particle should be. And these aren't real Unity particle system particles. These are fake-ass particles, just Yuke particles. Anyway, the idea is that I can have a bunch of particles making up text. They'll spell out text. They'll clump together to look like in the shape of characters, right? And yeah, that's all I want to do for the first stage. And then after that, I wanted them to actually start at random positions and move in a... Well, first of all, I'll just have them move in a straight line towards them, I guess. After that, I'll add in maybe some sine and cosine stuff to have them go like zip all around in a fancy curly way and end up where they want to be. Yeah. And then finally, I guess I'll have them move to a new position. To like, if I change this text that should be displayed, or image, it doesn't have to be text. And yeah. Okay, so I need to pass in a texture, a 2D texture here, which is going to be the pattern that the things should come together in. And how is the best way to do this? I guess I could do this straight from my from the CPU thing. This C# script, huh? If I set a texture Once this is finished doing things... Okay. So currently this C# script only takes a reference to a mesh filter, which is this one. And so when it builds the mesh for all of the particles, it sets this mesh property here. Oh, sorry, you can't see. This mesh property here. Because that's what this shader is going to be drawing. And it also takes a reference to the compute shader, which is... Wait, is that the compute shader? Yeah, it is. Which is this. Which is, signed/unsigned mismatch. Wait, what? Oh. Right, I need to put that back. Thank you for the pats. Undeclared identifier? What? Why is this throwing a bunch of errors? What's going on here? Oh yeah, right, I changed the name of things. Right, sorry, I forgot that I was in the middle of doing things. Better? Yes. Welcome back, Stewie! Hi! I was about to do the part where I, set this 2D... Oh my god. This texture 2D here. From here. From the C# script. So I'm going to make a public reference to a texture 2D. Call it pattern, I guess? I think from now on this is basically the same as Godot's particle shaders. Oh wow, alright. Nice. Okay. Oh, right. Stewie. When I was originally trying to do this, because there was nobody on who I could be asking, I didn't know how to do any of this. Also, thank you for the hydration, Feliax. So I was just chatting with ChatGPT, and I mean, in terms of functionality and how the logic works, slept the whole afternoon. Oh, no, Stewie, that's not meant to be a dig at you. No, it's fine, I'm glad you got some sleep. Woke up at 1 AM, slept the whole afternoon, oh my goodness. Wait, what time is it where you are now, if you don't mind me asking, just so I can... Because right now it's... What? It's 7 PM? I've been streaming for 3 hours and we haven't really done much. UTC -3. Ah. Okay. -3. Interesting. Don't usually have... I'm not used to people having time zones that are just a little bit behind mine. Usually it's a little bit ahead or very far behind. Always UTC -3. Okay, nice. Imagine not having daylight savings crap. Must be nice. Anyway, so I was chatting with ChatGPT, and I don't know how true this is, but it was implying that it is actually possible to have a structured buffer that is shared between a compute shader and a fragment shader without having to go through this thing on the CPU here, by telling it that it is at a specific register. Very confused what I need the fragment shader for? Oh, to draw the particles at all, right? So originally I was trying that. That's just a shader. Yeah. With the fragment function? Wait, I didn't mean fragment, I meant vertex. I didn't mean fragment. Thank you very much for the follow, Ishido Icebuck. Yeah, the vertex part is what I meant, sorry. Which are linked together in a single shader program. Wait, so it becomes a compute shader? Or is a compute shader still something else? I thought this and this were like two totally different beasts. I thought this was a thing that was invented first, and then this was invented afterwards. You know, in the history of things. The computer shader is something else. Okay. It's a constant buffer read-only in the computer shader. No. It's read-write structured buffer. You know what? Let me just try this again. Let me just try this. If I were to... Now that we've got this working, right? What does this look like again, to remind myself when this runs? Hold on. I didn't mean to exit. I was trying to bring focus in. Pretty sure you can do it. Not sure Unity allows you to do it. Oh, okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it was saying whether it gets shared between them based on the name or based on the register is implementation specific, so it could be down to how Unity does it. But I'm just gonna try specifying that this is stored in this register, and it has to be a U because it's a computer shader. For a read-write buffer, the CPU side needs to insert a pipeline barrier to transition the resource to read-only. Oh my god, this sounds like you know some very low-level stuff. I mean, I already knew that, but... okay, not really understanding what you mean. It has to be read-only when it's at the vertex shader side? Is that what you mean? By the time it reaches this shader, it has to be read-only? Just want to see what happens if I were to change this back to this. When the vertex shader reads the buffer, it has to be read-only. Okay. CPU needs to insert a pipeline barrier. What does that mean? So it has to go through the CPU, basically. It has to be going like this. Like I set it. I set this shared area to be... Wait, what am I doing here? I'm setting the, what's it called again? Structured buffer in the compute shader. Then I'm reading it. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, what am I doing? When I... Okay, after I've called this... I'm confusing myself now. When the vertex shader reads the buffer, blah, 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 a pipeline barrier in this case is like saying anyone writing to this buffer has to be done writing before you can continue. Right. Is that a thing I can do? Is it going to be significantly better than with what I'm trying to do? Is what I'm trying to do going to be significantly faster than... Okay, let me just... Okay. I need to get my head around what I'm actually doing here. When I call set buffer on the compute shader, what I'm doing is giving it the memory that's up here? No, we're not. That's what I'd be doing if I was doing... If I were calling this, I'd be setting the memory to what's stored in my C# array, right? And when I'm calling this, I'm getting the data that the GPUs were doing and putting it back into the CPU, right? CPU, I mean the C# script. That's what these things are. I'm slightly confused about exactly what's happening with this. I suspect the set buffer call will handle this for you. Sorry, this was a more technical explanation than what you were probably looking for. Okay, no worries, no worries. I know that it is working. I'm not sure how much low-level access Unity gives you. Okay. Well, let's not worry about that, because I know that what I'm doing now does work. Let's just keep doing it this way. But I'd like to just get a better idea, a better understanding of what's actually happening. Or, you know, even at just a high level, by like what this line even means. It's like, So shared verts buffer, which is a compute buffer, is like a region of GPU memory? Question mark? And when I say set buffer, it's like what it's actually doing is telling the compute shader that this pointer here is this pointer? Question mark? I'm hoping. So then when I call this modifies the data pointed to by its thing that's called shared verts, which is a pointer to this. And then I set the shared verts thing inside this fragment shader, vertex shader, whatever, to be the same pointer, and therefore this now sees the same data as this wrote, right? Is that what's happening? Am I understanding that correctly? Because I think I get that. A shader pipeline, i.e. vertex and pixel shader or compute shader, can have resources bound to it. Set buffer says bind this GPU buffer to the shader pipeline. So, okay, so I only need to call these once then, right? I don't need to be doing this on every frame. I could do this at the very beginning then. And from that point on, they're sharing the same chunk of memory, right? I think? By that logic? I mean, there's one way to find out. Actually, there's probably several ways to find out, man. These resources have to be bound to each pipeline. Wow. A shader pipeline, i.e. vertex and pixel or compute. Right, so that's why I'm doing it this way, right? I'm saying I'm doing set buffer on the compute and then I'm doing set buffer on the material, which is the vertex shader, right? What's the type of shared verts buffer? Compute buffer. So we just say the length of it there. And I don't think shared verts, this shared verts might be wrongly named. It can become shared, but I don't think it needs to be shared. If I were to want to know what the position of these vertices were on the CPU side, that's why I've made this, in case I want to do that, because then I can get the values back. And I could say debug.log them, for example. I'm pretty sure that works. But I'm not sure I actually tested that. Might be worth testing that and seeing if that works. You know what? I'm gonna test that. Let's do that. Debug. I'm just curious now. Let's see. Let's just log the x positions of vertex 0 and vertex 4, which should be the first vertex of the first particle and the first vertex of the second particle. I'm just gonna hardcode this because I just want to test it. Shared verts 0.x and vertex 4.x. Shared verts 4.x. The compute shader is its own shader pipeline. The vertex / shader pipeline is a different shader pipeline, so the buffer also has to be around it. Yeah, but that's what I'm doing, right? This. And this. What I'm questioning is whether this needs to be done on every single frame, or if it is a thing that persists. I could just do it once in setup, and then they're sharing the same block of memory from that moment on. And then I only need to dispatch the compute shader to change things. Okay, let me just... see if this works. It's gonna be extremely spammy in the console. Hey, when has that stopped me from testing things? Why is this not being saved? What have I changed here? Oh, I changed it back to that, yeah. Boop. Okay, nice. It works. I can. That is exactly what it's doing. The first one's the position 0. The second position is at something else. Not 0 is the key. 8.333. Alright, nice. So if I wanted to, I can also get the data back from the... Okay, nice. Nice. That was just a test. I don't think I'll be doing that. I'd like to not have to handle anything to do with the vertices on the CPU if I can get away with it. All I'm going to be doing on the CPU, I guess, is passing it a new texture when it's time to change and triggering a thing that says, hey, calculate the new target positions for all vertices, and then the shader goes ahead and does it. By the way, it has to be called every frame. Each time the active pipeline changes, different resources get bound. But you can test this out yourself if you want to see. Okay, no, I believe you, I believe you. Hi, Blip! Hi! Okay, then. Okie dokie. So I could really do this up here, right? If I wanted to, I could do this then. If I'm not mistaken, right? Because at that moment, after these two lines, they're sharing the same block of memory for the rest of the frame, right? So then this would modify the memory. And yeah. You should still be able to read it back in the fragment shader, question mark? Let's see, ellipsis. Yeah, that does still work. Okay. And if I were to have done this at the very beginning, then it shouldn't work. Or maybe it will, but only for the first frame. Let me add some motion to this compute shader. Let's do that. Let's move this on very slightly further each time. Do we have access to like a time property in the compute shader, I wonder, like we do in a vertex shader? What was it called? Just time? It's like time.x or something, right? Unclear identify time. Yeah, hi Blip, hope you're doing alright. Thanks for stopping by. Compute, shader, unity, time property? Is that a thing that exists? It's useless trying to search for anything to do with compute shaders. I'm just finding nothing. It's just, the search results are just nonsense. They're like... this time will use a compute shader. Thank you. Doing good, doing good. I keep doing the thing where I lurk and then forget I'm lurking. No worries. Also, hi Yuko Yoshida, and thank you very much for the posture check. And also... There you go. Posture has been checked and corrected? Question mark? Alright, I guess I'll just implement my own thing that changes from frame to frame, huh? And I'll make it better than the Unity one by making it an undefined integer rather than a float. So this is going to be called, let's just call this end frame. And this is going to increment by 1. Oh, it's not actually a frame though, is it? Wait. Wait a second. Does each... Is this shared? Is this shared across each instance of this? In other words, if I make each instance of this do this, is this on each frame going to increase by the number of threads? Times the number of thread groups. Okay. But I can just make it do it on only the one that's assigned to vertex number 0. That's an easy way to get around it. No, because race conditions. Ah, okay. I'll just do this. This might not execute first, I understand. But overall, it will only increment once per frame, so I'll just do that. We'll start it off at 0. And then let's say particle X is this distributed over a range of 5, let's say. And then we'll add plus this in... I guess we'll just do that. Distance of 1 every second, that should be. Let's see if that works. It's so weird how quick the compute shaders compile compared to the... if I modify one of the C# scripts. Interesting, it's not moving. I wonder why that is. Why is that? Okay, this isn't what I was expecting. I guess I don't understand how variables in a compute shader work then. Variables declared outside the function or kernel. Wait. No, wait. How does one keep track of something between frames then? Shouldn't that be increasing? When we draw the first particle, we're incrementing this. And then we're using it for the position of every particle. With a buffer? Like RW structured buffer? Oh, so these don't persist between frames? They get reset on every frame? What is even the point of defining these things outside here then? No, wait. Because this gets changed. This gets changed externally. This gets changed. Why are my ears flapping around like I'm in Azumangadaya? 1 second, let me fix something. Okay, I think I'm fixed. The cat has been fixed. Read only for the shader? Really? Oh, you mean these? I read only for the shader. Right. Maybe a way to do it. Can I do like a read, write, uint? No. Interesting. So could I just make something that's a... Oh, but if I make something that's a read-write structured buffer, then I have to like bind it, don't I? Outside. Or nlen appears and answers. nlen! Wait, hold on. I feel like this is a question I actually could ask ChatGPT and it'd probably give an okay answer to. Should I do it? Let's see if I can get any sensible search result first, but searching for help with compute shaders seems to be impossible. Okay, compute shader, persistent variable. Or persistent changeable variable? Global shader variables and compute shaders. Oh, they're talking about something else. Apparently global means something else. Did I type the word global? I didn't type the word global. Why is global showing up? And then, no, if you're too busy, don't worry. A global modifiable variable. A variable that runs at this level, I don't know if you'd call that global or not. I'd call it like shader level. That I can access from inside this. If this is the thread for the first particle, it increments it by 1, and then we use it. And this gets remembered between frames. Is that a thing that's not too hard to do? Because like Stewie says, I could like set the buffer. Race condition time? It doesn't matter. As long as only one thread is incrementing it, I don't care if I draw the other particles in the wrong order before I increment this. You know, on average, it would still move a bit from frame to frame. Not without using a buffer. Okay. Or I guess I could just increment this by 1. Have this be set from the C# side. In fact, for this, that would probably be better. Then you get rid of any race conditions. Let's just do that. Private U int and frame started at 0. I'll do that. And then we'll just do compute texts, compute shader dot set int, even though it's uint. God fucking why can you not set a uint? Anyway, name ID. Oh, actually it doesn't matter, does it? Oh, it does, but you have tiptoeing into group shared memory with globals. My hand just jumped up even though I didn't do that. I thought it was my mic again. I mean, I thought my mic was the hand again. What the fuck? So yeah, this has to be an int, not a uint. I hate that so much. You have no idea how much I hate that. Ah! Excuse me. Alright. Let's try this. Boop. I think I'm just gonna keep this running in high performance mode now. This delays are annoying me too much. Ah, I'm not incrementing it. That a thing you do in C#? It is. I have 4 Godot docs, 5 MS docs, and 6 Unity docs. Oh my, that's a lot of docs. Alright, now they're moving. Hell yeah, look at that. Oh wait, where'd they go? What? Oh, right, okay. It's the anchor. Alright, nice. They're moving. Hell yeah. Quack. Alright. And 1 Minecraft wiki. Oh my. Oh, Minecraft. Okay, so now we can test to make sure that this no longer works if I only bind them at startup. Just so I can confirm that I'm understanding things. Boop. I see another line I can remove as well. Okay, nice. They're not drawn at all. Okay. So I guess it's like accessing really random memory when these are not being assigned all the time, and that memory does not happen to be close to 0, so they're being drawn way far away. Okie dokie, I think I get it. Might as well do this material thing afterwards, so. Oh, we could do that first. Okay. A lot of ducks. What? Okay, so I shouldn't need to do this at all. In fact, I shouldn't even need this at all, if I'm understanding things correctly. Well, actually it's useful because it knows the number of threads. A lot of ducks. Ducks? No, okay. A lot of ducks. Thank you for the hydration! I'm doing it. I'm doing it! I do that. I do that. I dude it. I do that. Okay, so if you wanted to know how big the mesh is, we could literally just look inside the mesh, filters, meshes, vertices length. If we didn't want to have to do it the other way, then we don't have to do this. Okay, that should work. Let's make sure we call inner mesh before we call this then. Alright, so that should work again. But it doesn't. Why is that? Ah! Is it... No, because we are explicitly... Oh, but we're only explicitly setting the X position every time, aren't we? Maybe like the Y is still nonsense, I wonder. Let's try this. Let's see if this works. Actually, let me just get this back into a working configuration. I'll put this back, but I won't. What's wrong with shared verts? Wait, what? Oh, I'm coming to the wrong one. Okay, so this should reinitialize them all to 0. Again. Please, please. Oh, it's still not working, and we're getting a bunch of null reference exceptions. What the hell? Where? What? Oh, that's... Yeah. Shared verts buffer is null? Or material is null? What? 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 Huh? What? Why are we suddenly getting this error? Gotta put everything back. Do I really need to put this back? What have I broken? Boop. Alright, something's broken now. I don't know what. I thought I changed something and then undid it. But apparently now something's broken. Something is null. Is it the material that's null? Is it this that's null? This is null up here. Oh! We should do that before we do this. Right. We're still using that as well to calculate the size. But that shouldn't have given a null reference exception. Because by the time this runs, the material was not null. But we were trying to access OMID. Oh wait, that's mesh filter. Not material. Never mind. No, it's not the reason why there would have been an error. Where's material? Oh, material is set in there though. Mesh filter is assigned up there. I don't know. I don't know why we're getting a null exception suddenly. Null reference exception. Ah, we're not anymore. It was possibly the Unity thing not scrolling? I don't even know. Anyway, more worryingly, we're also not getting anything being drawn, so... Yeah, that's the thing. Bye, Stewie! Thanks for the like! Exclamation mark, Stewie! I should be eating something... Speaking of stew, that's not my hand. I should be eating something related to stew. Well, just food, in other words. In half an hour. Are you numbing your stew now? Oh, is that me? Alright, what if I just put this back to shared vertical length? Is it really just that I couldn't get the size of the thing? So that was the length of 0? Yeah, alright, it works now. So the problem is that this length of vertices is 0? Even though I've assigned everything here, and I've set the mesh of OMesh filter to this mesh here, and I've set the vertices here? Why do they think the length is 0? What? I guess I could also just do num_verts. It's probably a better way of doing it. You shouldn't need to do that then. Can I go for new int to int? Fuck off, please. Why do you need an integer count rather than an unsigned integer? It's so stupid. How can you have minus anything? Minus number of anything. Okay, so hopefully this works. It does not. What the hell? What? Hi, Dara. Do that. Hi. So why does that not work? So number of vertices is where's Unity gone? There it is. Ah, right. Right, I forgot to multiply by 4. I forgot to multiply by 4. Because each vertex has 4 things. Alright. 59th time is a charm. Oh god. UK is sounding like an early mathematician and philosopher discussing the validity of negative numbers. It's invalid for a count. Why is it still fading? What? Do I really need to do that? Wait, no. The number of vertices. Oh, it is the number of vertices times float times 4. So that wasn't the problem. There are 4 floats. Okay, that wasn't the problem. So the only thing that works is when I do this. Everything else fails, right? I think I might need to debug.print the length of Wait. Okay, I'm starting to get confused. Should I even have a multiply by 4 there? Surely it should just be number of verts, the number of verts times 4. Number of vertical, because the number of vertexes and the vertices we've already got from this. I think this might be a copy and paste mistake. I think I might have put this originally, and then I changed it to this. Which should have been this. I think that was probably a copy and paste mistake. I think. Print everything. Well, I will soon. I'll see if this still works, though. I'm guessing it won't now. But let's try it. Oh, it does. Thank God for that. Okay. So now I should be able to at least pass in num_verts, because surely that is the same size, right? When you've cast it to integer. Yeah, hi Dara, hope you're doing alright. I don't know why it doesn't work, don't ask me. I don't know, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna keep on asking. I just ask anybody. It's rhetorical, obviously. Okay, it works. Nice. We can get rid of this now, I hope. Is? No, we can't get rid of that. So it requires something to be in the buffer to initialize it, I guess. Or is there a way just to initialize it? Shared words buffer dot. I guess not. I mean, I guess I could just build a dummy array, right? Once. Asking the almighty compiler gods. I guess so, except this is compiling every time, and it's not even showing an error. That's the most annoying thing. Ignore these two errors. These are because of my thing not being able to receive motion data from myself moving around like this, because this version of myself is stealing it, so that version can't take it. The ports in use, basically. Yeah, thanks for something by Dara. I'm gonna give pats to the Dara. The Daranord. The Ranarud. Sorry, I'm just being stupid. So in that case, if I don't set these, and I just pass in the things that have 0 by default. Oh, I know why this is happening. I know why this is happening. I did need the cheese to the face. Thank you, Nuge. I know why this is happening. It is because we're only setting the X position in here. So if I don't already have the Y value initialized, like, you know, to something else, like here there's the Y value of 1 and the Y value of 1 there as well, then the Y is going to be 0, and this is just going to be infinitely infinitely short, so it's going to be invisible. So really I need to be setting not just the X in here. I might as well practice how to set X and Y, because you know, that's what I'm going to need to be doing in the end. Because cheese, exactly. Hi, Eddie! Let me make sure that in its current state, we do see things. We do, okay, nice. Those row of the 6 circles, I think it's 6. Yeah. Okay. So now let me change this code so that we set the X and the Y, if I'm doing it correctly. So X and Y. I guess Z as well. We will need to be setting Z eventually as well. I think? Yeah, probably. We'll set it to... Let me change this to particle... Yeah, particle X. 0, 0. This is gonna be... Let's give you the lines so I can actually make sense of it. This. So this is top left, this is top right. So X has changed. This is bottom right, so it's 1 on the y-axis, just for now. And this one is bottom left, so it's that and 1 on the y-axis. Okay, this should look identical when I run it, if I've done it correctly. Doesn't work. Do I need to put float 3, I wonder? Like I did in my ASCII art shader. Yes. Okay, nice. That works. So now, hopefully, I don't need to initialize any of that from my C# script anymore. If I were to comment this out, it should still work. Because I'm explicitly setting X and Y and Z on every particle now, in the shader. Yes! Alright! I got it! Oh my god! Okay, so now I shouldn't need this at all. comment out all references of it. So now I'm not using any main, like, CPU memory, if you like, main system RAM for this, if I'm not mistaken. 1 second, Dara. Yeah! It works! It's all just on the GPU now! Hell yeah! Alright. This is nice. I'm going to bed. Oh, no worries, Renvest. Sleep well. Thank you very much for the raid again. Daddy mode. It works with the derpy uke one as well. Like, I feel like they'd get on well together. That Con I and the Yuki derp. I don't know what works, but it works. It does! Okay, 1 second. I'll explain stuff. Nice light bar you got there. It does look like a strip of lights, doesn't it? Thank you for the hydration. Wait, that was a posture check you did. I'm gonna hydrate anyway. There you go. But I'm gonna posture check. Two for the price of one? Yeah, whenever anyone does the hydration. It'll be 2 hydrations for the price of 1. Posture check that hydration. Yeah, gotta make sure that I'm tilting the bottle just right. Okay, what did the code do? Okay, so basically we prepared a little section of memory on the GPU to hold the position of a bunch of fake particles, basically. A bunch of little planes, a bunch of little quads, if you like. So basically a bunch of groups of 4 vertices, which are top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. And each of those has, like, mapped onto it, like, the texture of a particle, so it looks like a particle. So we prepared space in the GPU memory for that. VRAM, basically. I guess I could be calling it. Feels weird to say that I'm working with VRAM in a more direct way like this, but I guess technically I am at this point. And then, we told... There are 2 shaders here. There's a compute shader, which is my first ever time using one. And there's a vertex shader, which is actually doing the drawing. And the vertex shader and the compute shader are sharing the same block of memory that we just prepared to hold the positions of the particles, right? Vram, exactly. Yuki Vram. Wait, I could literally just call it Yuki Vram. And now it's Yuki VRAM. Anyway, so when I call this and I call this, I'm saying, hey, you know that little thing that I've typed at the top that says shared verts? And I've typed it here as well, in both of these shaders? Yeah. That points to this little block of memory that I've made at the very beginning, wherever that was. Here. And then I say, hey, compute shader, run your, run this, basically. And what this does is it sets the positions of every one of those set of 4 vertices. So in other words, every particle. And its position is based a little bit on this variable right here, which we increment by 1 every time, every frame. So that's why these things slide along. That's just a test. It's not actually going to do that in the end. This is going to be controlling where they're positioned eventually. And then it comes time to draw them, and this thing reads from that same block of memory that we just set here, and you see them sliding along. So yeah, that's how it works. The reason it wasn't working before, the thing that was confusing me before is I was only setting the X position. I wasn't setting Y and Z. And Y and Z were defaulting to 0. So it was invisible unless I set the Y and Z as well, because it was like infinitely squished down to nothing. I'll make look like I understood it. Alright, no worries. I'm really glad you understood, Tara. Oh, yay. I tried to make it simpler. Yuki of... what is that? Sheep. Ah, ram. Nice. Ah, thanks for the hydration. Haven't done that in ages, Stevie. Love the idea that you got it working, and then you're What did the code do? Was you asking it to yourself? I mean, that does happen sometimes. That is absolutely what happens sometimes. Oh my god. Oh, don't worry, Dara. I'm sure you have something much more important to be concentrating on anyway, so I understand. That sounded sarcastic, but it's not sarcasm, it's just my Britishness. It was actually genuine. Okay, so I can get rid of this then, since I'm gonna need something more complicated to make that work. Okay, right, let's set a texture. Let's set a texture. So I have a texture that I wanted to move the particles towards the white regions of, basically. Here it is. Well, actually, that's not it. The texture I really have is that. Here's one I designed earlier. Yeah. This doesn't really need to be this weirdly stretched, does it? We're gonna be reading it from 0 to 1 width and 0 to 1 height. Like 0 to 100%. Whatever. Take texture out of oven. Sorry, you're making me hungry again. I was just saying earlier how I should have been eating. Okay, so here we are. And I'm calling this pattern, because it's the pattern that the particles should assemble themselves into. So let me just actually drag that on. Sure, whatever. Okay, and back to the code. It would be kind of neat if I could make a thing that would automatically switch it to this view when I tabbed over to this, and this view when I tabbed off there. Would it be though, or would it just be annoying? There'd probably be times when I'd like to be zoomed in on here as well.
You admit, I'm British too.
It read that kind of well, huh? Interesting. It looks so good on the overlay. Wait, what? What looks good on the overlay? Wait. Oh, right. It does! What the hell? But yeah, anything that's got a face big on it tends to look kind of good. I like how the derp looks as well. It's partly why I made it big. Like, stretched quite far across, so that things would look a bit spherical. Do I have access to a wheeze? I don't know. I have access to a wheel of Dharma and a wheelchair emotes, but they're normal emotes. They're not, you know, Twitch emotes. They're emojis, sorry. Alright, let's set the texture then, I guess. I assume I need to set the texture once, right? I'm assuming I don't need to set texture on every single frame. There's actually a way to find out. If this initializes itself to... No, that would reset. But this is RW, and this RW thing remembers, so maybe this RW thing remembers as well. Can neither confirm nor deny. Alright, well, let's, for a start, set it on every frame, because I know that'll work. Then once I'm able to access that, I will, you know, once I know that I'm accessing it well, I'll just set it to do it once at startup and see if it still works. Sounds like a plan? Sounds like a plan. Okay, so this dot set texture from global. What is that? From a global texture property. I don't even know what that is. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, set texture inside this kernel. Interesting that it needs the kernel for this one. The name ID? Name ID? Ah, this can be the name of the texture, I guess. Which is that. And the texture itself is that. I can apparently navigate GLSL docs way better than HLSL. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so you should be passing that texture on. This should definitely have access to this. when it comes to this now. Now, the question is, why do I have float 4? It should be that, right? Or should it be float 4? Unexpected token pattern. Okay, I guess you apparently do need the float 4? Yeah. Okay, so float 4 I assume means that we have access to the red, green, blue, and alpha. But, I mean, how do we access it? Do we need a sampler? In the same way as we do in one of these, I wonder? How does one access the pixels? I actually had a tab open where someone was doing that the other day. Let me have a look, see if I can find it. Here we are. Set texture. So what I want to do. Where's reader defined? Can't see why reader's defined. Reader.sample level. Is that what I want to do? I don't think it is what I want to do at all. Thank you. Thank you for the link. The paragraph above the purple rectangle, which is purple in dark mode. Purple rectangle. I see no rectangles at all. Interesting. I see no rectangles. Oh wait, this. There we are. Sorry. Yeah, I can't see that when it's on this monitor. I can only see it when it's on this monitor. That's funny. Right. Yeah. Because my brightness I have to have so goddamn high when I'm streaming because of my lights. Wait. Float, but not float 4? But it could be a float 4, right? Let's have a look. Let's read it. Let's read it. Oh, I can get the dimensions as well. That's nice. You can prefix this with a storage class glucoherent. The storage class causes memory barriers, so I'm not going to do that. This requires an element type. Okay. Because a read-write text 2D object is a UAV, unmanned aerial vehicle? Is that what they stand for? I can't remember. Its properties differ from a shader resource view object, such as texture 2D. For example, you can read and write to this, but you can only read from this. Okay. A read-write texture 2D read-write cannot use methods from this, such as sample. However, because you can create multiple view types, you can declare multiple texture types as a single texture. What? Okay, so this is this. This dot xy equals something. Unmanned aerial vehicle, yeah. Okay, so in this way I can read from it in this way then, I guess. And it looks like you are accessing it by pixel, like actual index. So in that case, I do need to know the actual width and height, don't I? So I would need to do the get dimensions. Interesting. I mean, I could just hard code a resolution, actually. It's probably not a terrible idea to force it to be a specific resolution. Yeah, you went width, you went height. Oh my god, I'm loving computer shaders so much more than flipping C#, where you can use, you actually have uint, and they're not scared to use it. They're not scared to use it. Okay, alright, get dimensions then is what I'm gonna want to do. Alright, so we've got a pattern. I might as well make a note somewhere. We can't, can we? Why is that U in all caps? Because it's Microsoft, right? They have to scream their type names. Remember how the Windows API looks? What am I wanting to do? I can't just get that once, can I? Because it's gonna forget that every time. Do I actually have to get it every single, like for every single particle? I guess I could set a variable from the C# script as well. That would work as well, I assume. I assume that gets remembered. Let's do a test to see if this frame gets remembered. Don't think too much about for every single particle. Yeah, I know. The GPU is gonna be doing this anyway, and it's like fast, but imagine get dimensions shouldn't be too bad. I mean, I don't know what it's doing behind the scenes. It's fully cached internally. I don't know. I don't like assuming. Alright, fine, we'll do it here for now. We'll worry about optimizing later if necessary, I guess, maybe. Dimensions of the texture. Yeah, okay, so pattern.get... what's it called? Wait, did I copy it? No, I didn't. I copied something else. Get dimensions. Sure, it'd be nice if IntelliSense worked for this. Is this like an add-on I can get for like shader language? Compute shader? Stop! My hand! Stop! Shader language. HLSL, GLSL, CG. What is CG? Is that the compute one? I don't even know what this language is called, by the way. When it's a computer shader. Does it tell me when I click on it? Not that I see. That one is HLSL. Okay. Oh, I might as well try this then. It's apparently got 5 stars. Let's give it a try, I guess. Boop. Okay. I wonder if that's gonna catch things that end in dot shader and dot compute. Probably some Unity specific stuff. Oh god. Unity shade. Might have to set the language. How does one do that? Change language? Mode? How does it... Oh, it's detected it down there. It says HLSL. Yeah, it says... Sorry. You can't see it. It does say HLSL. Nice. And this one says Shader Lab, which is interesting. Okay, so does it understand what that is now? Dot get... Holy crap. It has a bunch of things, but not get dimensions. Okay, I hope get dimensions works then, because this doesn't know about it. I'm gonna disable this. How does one... Reload required in order to disable it? Really? Can I just uninstall it then? Reload required. Are you serious? Okay. Yeah, because I don't want to just suggesting things that might not exist. I'm not suggesting things that do exist. I'd rather just not have it. I don't trust it. So get dimensions. And this... takes out uint width and out uint height. I assume I do it this way. Do I actually need to use the out keyword? Nope. Get dimensions. No matching 0 parameter intrinsic methods. Possible methods are artery text 2D float for dot get dimensions out uint width out uint height. What? Isn't that literally what I just did? Do I actually have to specify it like this? I mean, I could if it's okay with allowing them to be defined in line like that. Nope, still doesn't like that. Don't know if I need the out in there. Then I don't know. Don't I need to then like pass them by address then instead of value, or are they always passed by ref? Huh. Okay, that works. Wonder how I can test this. The out should specify it. Oh, okay. Out of curiosity, can you also define something in line like that? No. Okay. So it's closer to C notation in the C#. Okay. Right, we've got our dimensions. So what am I trying to do? Let's choose. Alright, we're gonna need a random number generating function. Have to look up like a, I don't know. Oh well, we could just flipping. Yeah, whatever. We need like a random number generator somehow, I guess. For a start, what I kind of want to do is just choose a random position on the picture, and if it's white, then I want to set what do I want to do? I need to know whether I've chosen an end position or not. That's kind of what I want to do, because that will also allow me to spread the finding of a random white pixel out over several frames and avoid an infinite loop. So I kind of want to make a struct for each particle, which is... What's the other approach? Make a texture that represents the positions for each particle? Well, then I need code that's going to work out where to move each particle to. And it needs to be randomized still. I don't want like all the textures just taking it from... If I'm going to go through a grid one by one, I still need it to be randomized. I guess I could like shuffle it. But then I still need a random number generator. And I'd rather not have to do that on the CPU. You would with physics? What? Godot particle shaders come with one. Well, isn't that great for Godot particle shaders? You can yoink it? Wait, really? Godot, particle, shader, random, integer. Random number generator. Ah! Where's OBS? I've lost it. There it is. Let me send it to you. Ah, thank you. It's gonna be very useful. Oh, you sent it there. Okay, alright, I'm gonna have to fire up Discord. Bear with me. For one moment. Oh god, why am I so tall? I don't like that. Don't care about the changes, Discord. Actually, I do quite care about the fact that you can now upload 20 megabyte files. Is it 20 or 25? I'm just gonna yoink that and then I'm gonna copy and paste and have a look at it on here. Boop! Random from seed. Oh, it's a float though. Can't I just use like the simple linear feedback shift register style thing? I thought that covered every number. Yeah, this is not much more complicated than. How did you do this again? I've implemented this myself somewhere. Hold on, let me just have a look. 1 second. I've implemented this myself in a LPC10 decoder I made, which is like an audio speech encoding thing. Where the hell is it? I'm not finding my shit. Oh, there we are. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't actually code the LPC10 decoder though. I kind of ported it from one language to another language. In there was a random number generator. The fuck? What am I looking at? There we are. You can use it for the actual initial positions. Oh yeah, true, I can actually, yeah. That's a good idea. I can, when I'm wanting the particles to start scattered. Yeah. Ooh, in-out is interesting. Let's see. The way this one works is... it needs an array that persists between... It needs an array that persists between runs. So never mind. You can have them go to the pixel corresponding to the ID. I mean, it's going to be random at first, but then if it wants to change from that arrangement to a different arrangement, I don't want, like, it to be clearly branching out in, like, a grid-like pattern from the first thing. The thing is, I need like a stateful random number generator. Wait. No, then it's all done on the CPU, though. I guess I could have a noise texture that I pass in. And that can be like a lookup table, and I just work through that. Just like a really long thing that only loops after a long time. The texture itself is much bigger than, you know, the number of particles. Then I'd still need an index that persists from use to use, which is really annoying. I guess on the C# side, I would know how many times I'm going to access that. And then I just increment it after each frame by that much. So the next time I come to get a random number, I'm looking at the next random pixel in the texture. It's a lot of VRAM wasted just for random numbers, the pre-made random numbers. I thought you'd want to like explode the particles before rearranging. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, yeah. Yes, actually, I would kind of want to do that. Then I'd still need... Man, randomness is the hard thing. Isn't it? Because if I'm passing in the same seed every time, I'm going to get the same number every time. Because this is deterministic, right? It's not... There's nothing being remembered between the runs. So... every particle would still move in the same way each time, because I'm going to be randomizing like sine and cosine and stuff. You can put more info on the vertices. A separate buffer. Ooh, yes! And that can be like used as a seed. Or that could even be the last index that was used for randomness, I guess. Which you can initialize from C#. Or use to preserve the random. Yeah. That's... I like the idea of that. But that doesn't even need to be per particle then. That can just be... well, a structured buffer that's a length of 1. Could do that. What is there such a thing as a non-structured buffer? It looks like there is. What is a non-structured buffer, I wonder? You need some info per particle to keep the velocity. That's true, that's true. I was going through this with Emumin earlier and her thing. And she is remembering velocity and positions between frames, yeah. And then she just like adds a small amount of the distance from where it currently is to the target to the velocity per frame. So the velocity can smoothly ramp up and down. I wonder. Let me see what Godot gives. Yeah. I think position and velocity is enough for the movement. Then I might need some more for the randomness as well. I'm curious. I kind of want to show you how the random noise... Following is a 16-bit complement addition with overflow checking disabled. Random is y blah blah, k equals k minus 1, if j is j minus 1. K is less than 0, then that becomes 4, otherwise j is 4. Huh. Dot y at dot k. I wonder what that's exactly doing. Thank you for the hydration though, Exia. This is wrapped in a very funny way on my OBS screen. It says par tickle shader. I have a drinking problem. Yes, I'm gonna keep stealing that joke. Thank you for the pad splap. Let's have a look. Particle shaders. Oh, I have a mass as well. Oh, they keep their random seed as well. Interesting. They've got some other things. Velocity and the transform, which I guess is position. Okay. Drink got some recoil in it. It's true. It's true. And got some disappearingness in it. Why am I so big now? Guess it could be smaller. There we are. Hmm. 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 Alright, let's define a struct. You do it this way, right? Just struct. Let's call this particle info. And this is going to be per particle. So this is kind of nice, actually. We don't even need to share so much stuff. We'll only be sharing the particles, and we'll just... Oh no, wait. This is what needs to be shared in the end, yeah. Yeah, I guess that would... We would then need to have a list of 4 vertices inside them? Because the vertex shader then needs to... the vertex shader still needs to have every vertex, right? You don't even need all that, actually, just the position. Or what? All the those stuff? You don't need the 4 vertices on the compute shader. Just the position of each quad. Yeah, but then this shader needs the every vertex because it's passing in the index of the vertex from the mesh, right? You have one giant mesh, yes, with a bunch of quads, yes. I'd rather not have to have another copy of the width and height thing. You can do some instanced drawing with only 1 quad. Oh my. Oh my. Sounds interesting. Let me see how it works in Unity. Oh god. Okay. Sorry, I do appreciate it. It's just this is a lot for me. Right, so if you were to have particle info, then we would want float X float Y. I don't think we really need U. What? What's it suggesting? Just U. Amazing. Float Z. I think I'm doing it. It's been indented so far. I'm not gonna have anything with a big type, I guess. How am I rendering the mesh? It's being drawn by this mesh renderer in Unity. I assign this mesh to the mesh filter here, the one that I make, and then that gets drawn using this material, which is my vertex, or has my vertex shader. Okay, so we're also going to want to know speed, which is going to be... Wait, what if we can just make the float 3 and call it position? We also can have velocity, I guess. Could just call it speed or whatever. And then something to do with random number seed. Okay, I'm gonna call it velocity because speed is too similar to seed, and I'm gonna mistype it at some point, probably. And that's an unsigned integer. I could just call it random seed, I guess. And this could, I guess, be initialized by on the CPU side once. Which is annoying because I've just been able to get rid of all the code that had to prepare stuff, you know, on the CPU, but whatever. Wait, couldn't this... maybe not. I mean, I guess I could just add a random number. By random, I mean like hard-coded some number, like flipping 17, I don't know. To this, every time it's used. Or multiplied even, and add a small amount. There's no guarantee that it won't just like loop a small subsection of all of the possible integers, but... And call this rand float. Wait, was hash part of it too? The hash is a separate thing that you posted. Okay, so it's just a way of getting a seemingly random number from a number that might be a bit... Numbers that might be... Wait, isn't this just like a... Couldn't you effectively just use this as a random number generator? The same as this? This is just basically a random number generator, right? For all intents and purposes. Obviously, if you give it back the same seed, you're gonna get back the same hash. Or random number, but... Right? Should probably be saying pseudo-random number. This is basically just random units. Okay. I assume this number that's passed in is... Yeah, because it's not marked as out, so it's going to be by value then. It's going to be its own x. It's not like you're actually modifying the input. Okay, good. A simpler one. Okay. I mean, I don't really know how advanced it needs to be, I'm going to be brutally honest. Might be able to get away with, you know... a very simple thing. Look at the float function at the end. It just casts to float. Wait, why is it only guaranteeing 16-bit accuracy when it's doing all these operations in 32-bit? That's interesting. It's doing modular. Oh, I guess because otherwise it might be... I don't know. Okay, but interesting to know that it only has like 16-bit. Yeah. 3, 2, 7, 6, 8 different values. Right? No, 6, 5, 3, 6 different values. Sorry, what am I talking about? 0 to 1. Yeah, but like you could also just divide by uint max, right? 4 billion, right? That would also put it into the 0 to 1 range. Roughly 4 billion, of course. 2 to the power 38. 2 minus 1? Question mark? My hand, please! There we are. Keeps not tracking. I'll probably stop soon. I'm going for 4 hours and I feel like I haven't really done anything, but... Could try returning seed directly. True, if I wanted it to be a random number, huh? A random integer. Unsigned integer. Wait. What is S? S is an integer, okay. Oh, this looks like it returns... Hang on a second. Okay, so S can go negative, but at this point it's been forced to be only positive, and then we... Okay. Sometimes learning is the progress. Yeah, I guess so. That is an adorable cherry moon. What the hell? Did the pads from Bleb come through? Okay, that one came through, so yeah. Redeems are working. Thank you for the posture check, Stu. No loud clicking. This sound is the chair. It's not my back. There was a tiny click then, though. Ah! Thank you for the pads. Oh, that's why I wasn't moved back, because the hand can't reach me if I do that. You want pads, you get pads. That's not what I meant, but sure. It's more complicated in Unity than I thought. Okay, let's not worry about that then. Let's just do it this way. So for each particle, oh, we can only access it by. If we can only access it by particle, then what we could do in here is access it by this divided by 4 dot vertex this modulo 4, right? Try putting a bunch of particles in a square and checking it if it's more or less uniform. Okay, that's a long way down the line. I'm trying to work out what data I even need to store at the moment. Doc! Hi! Thanks for stopping by. Oh. Something's... Are you hearing this? Wait, it's not squeaking anymore. Squeaked once. I feel like it squeaks at night when I don't want it to. Hey, there you go. Oh my god, there it goes.
Cheese.
Sheesh! It's part of the... There you go. For the dog, a quick one. It's part of my chair. Also, hi Fred. Also, hi dog. Thank you for the pets. Okay, I will return the favor immediately. Are you ready? Pat. There you go. There you go. Pats for the dog. Discord has been jailbroken. What does that mean? What does that mean? What have people found out how to do? Upload infinite. God damn it, my hands never appear in time. Upload files of arbitrary size. Clyde's telling people how to make napalm.
Fromage!
That's a very interesting definition of... interesting uses of jailbroken. Someone's got into Discord servers then, or what? Because Clyde's just a special weird thing, right? I doubt that it has a real account. It'd be very funny if it did, though. Where is Clyde doing that? I haven't got any messages about Clyde saying that. God damn it. Finally a useful, non-annoying message from Clyde and I don't get it. Not in my server. Yeah, I know, but I wonder... Let's have a look. I won't start looking through other servers while I'm streaming though. Just in case. I mean, I guess it's random, right? Or is there a trigger? It's on the Bluebird app. Oh. So what are we gonna do today? Stop streaming, actually. Very soon. Well, it has to be within 1.5 hours, because that's when I can't be loud anymore. Because at that moment, the time, according to that clock over there, wow, that's pretty good finger alignment, will be 10 PM. From 22 o'clock. But yeah, what I'm trying to do is... So did someone hack their Twitter account and thing? But what I'm trying to do is... make a thing where I can give it a texture and particles are gonna appear where the white stuff is. There we go. I've gradually narrowed, like, made that explanation more and more concise every time I've done it. But it's using a compute shader, which is not a thing I've done before, so yeah. I don't know what to do at this point. I think my brain might actually be stopping functioning. I need a new... Oh yeah, right. I was going to decide on this. It's probably the best way to do it then, isn't it? We'll do it this way. So they're no longer going to be shared verts, they're going to be shared particles. And... it's going to be... inside each particle is going to be a vertex, right? Then I need need to define all of this in both shaders. You still need the verts. Well, yeah, but I was going to, you know, you can just do this divided by 4 and then dot vertex this modulo 4, right? But, I mean, it might not be worth doing that. Oh yeah, right, I could just keep them completely separate, huh? Yeah, I could actually keep them completely separate now I think about it. Huh. Yeah, okay, let's do that. That involves the minimum number of changes, so it's probably a good thing. Yeah. Alright. We'll just have that be only the verts. So this is just going to be shared vert positions, let's call it. Actually, I stopped shortening things into stupidly short words. That, and then I'm going to call it the same thing here. And oh my god, then this has to be called shared vertex positions buffer. But so be it. I hate that though. But there we go. Wait, why is it still called shared verts? I thought I literally just changed them. Hello? Maybe I didn't. Shared vertex positions. I really hope that this is not something that is looking up on every single frame and that somehow it does some really weird compile time changing of this into an index, because otherwise that's gross. And having long names will actually be worse. Performance. My shared vertex positions is here. Well, that should work, right? Particle info. So position, velocity, random seed. So this one's only going to be shared in the sense that we could get access to it from here if we wanted to. The positions is not actually going to be sent to the vertex shader. I mean, the particle info is not going to be sent to the vertex shader. Okay, and this will be done by... Oh, we're already doing it by particle. Okay, so we have already... Literally, this is the index into a particles array then. So we don't need position because that's referred to in here. Velocity we will need. Random seed I guess we'll need. So now I can just make a RW structured buffer just so that it can persist between frames, which is of type particle info. Called shared particle info. Yeah. I guess that'll work. Got any problems with that? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, do I need to semicolon that? Yep. And undeclared identifier shared verts. Oh, I thought I changed all this. Oh, I didn't change where I was actually using the damn thing. Alright, nice. Let's just see if this still works. I have such little faith. It does still work, good. Okie dokie. So, what next? Need to make a buffer for it over here. Yep, T-pose. I can't really reach far enough to do a proper T-pose. It loses tracking when I try and go too wide. Well, that kind of looks a bit like it. So one of my hands flips over. Okay, so we've got a buffer for the vertex positions. No, don't make me white blap, no! This is gonna be shared particle infos. buffer. And we'll use that down here as well. This is going to be interesting where we try to work out how big we need it, isn't it? So... There you go. There's a nyan just for the alley. Hey!
Cheese.
I'm sorry if my nyan wasn't satisfactory. These are non-particles. And the size of this is not for floats. Thank you for the hydration, Tara. I'll do it 1 sec. It is... Well, ironically, it is actually the size of 4 floats. It's the size of 3 floats plus a 32-bit integer, so... Funny. Have you a snack in exchange for the great nya? Ah, okay. I'm gonna be eating this soon anyway. But I guess I'll have cheese as a starter. It fell off! Oh yeah, hydration. So a uint is 32-bit, I'm assuming. Is that right, stream? In a shader. Perhaps. It's Nova cheese, so extra. Wait, Nova cheese? What is Nova cheese? I'm not entirely sure I want it. No offense, Nova. I wouldn't take Yuke cheese either. HLSL scalar, thank you. Uint, 32-bit. Unsigned integer. Nice! There's no such thing as a 64-bit integer. Oh, Nova's cheese voice. I see the cheese. D-word? I don't even... I never understand what the word in D-word is. I'm guessing it's... Is that 16-bit? Double word? Means 2 16, so 32? Question mark? Assumedly she has good taste in choosing cheese. Ah, I see what you mean. And therefore the cheese has good taste in my mouth. Word size should be processor dependent. Oh god. Okay. So, particle info. How do we know the size of this? That's the real question. I could hardcode the fact that there's 3 floats plus size of uint and hope that that is the same between the C and whatnot. By doing size of float times 3 plus size of uint. I know that is ironically the size of a float for as well. Size of uint times 1. I just like to pronounce D-word as a single word. D-word. D-word. Nice. D-word. And that's not how you spell Edward. Don't you have an equivalent struct on the C-sharp side? Oh yeah, right. I can just do size of the struct. Yeah, I will need a struct of the same type. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I will. This plus blah 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 should be up here. And this is somewhere else. And this is going to be of a certain type. As compared to dwarf, which is a debugging format. What? Dwarf is a debugging format now? Okay. Alright, so... Does it have to be a class because it's C-sharp? I know C-sharp is terrified of using structs. I'll make it a struct anyway and see what happens. Well, can I just copy and paste, I guess? They're the same types, aren't they? Oh, vector 3 has to be vector 3, doesn't it? It's been debugging for a long time, I think. Elves run things. Dwarfs debug them. Oh, is that why the... Wasn't the binary format of PSP games.elf and PS2 maybe as well, PlayStation 2 executables? Can't remember. Executable linkable formats. Huh. Very generic. Oh, okay. Why is it complaining at me? Why is it... Oh, I haven't typed my name. This is going to be a particle... info. That's a type though, or a struct. So it's of this type. Guys, particle info sounds like it's the actual... an instance of it in my head. And this is... Sure? Wait, do I actually have to declare this as public vector3 even if it's in a struct? Can't actually remember that. Apparently I do. Because all the wiggly lines go bye-bye. Elf is a Linux exe format. Interesting. Excuse me. I think the first time I saw it was in PSP or PS2 games. Yeah. Oh no, wait, no, it's PvP, isn't it? It's PvP for the PSP, if I remember rightly. You have the eboot.pvp. Isn't that what it is? Something like that. Might be PS2 though. Where am I remembering that from? I'm not sure if I remember ever seeing PvP on Linux, on ELF on Linux. What am I trying to do? On particles, where's the thing where we're computing size? This number of particles is size of this. Why is that a problem? Shared particle infos buffer does not have a predefined size. Why? Oh. Struct. What? Shared particle info struct. Oh, it's just particle info struct. Brain be stopping working. Particle info struct does not have a predefined size. What are you talking about? This. Struct before. The struct is up here. I think it's because of vector3. When you try to do size of vector3, it doesn't work. Because here I tried to do size of vector4, and it didn't work. So that's why I had to do size of float times 4. Because if you just do that, vector4 does not have a predefined size. We should put struct ... instead. Like that? I don't think float4 is a thing that existed in C#. Yeah. Vect4 could be int4 or float4. It's 4 vectors. It's 4 it's 4 floats. Can't find one, so I'll just do vector3 instead. When you go into it, there's a whole bunch of crap. These are constant and apparently they don't exist really. These are 3. They don't exist per instance of it. I don't fucking know. System.runtime.interrupt services.marshal.size of type of point. Yeah, you know what? I think I'll stick with this. Okay. Got random seed in there. Regular velocity. Okay, what do I need to do now? Any padding in the struct kills you. Why would there be padding? These are 32-bit. Each float is 32-bit, right? And that's 32-bit as well. Right? Type, size of, type of point. System.runtime. Layout, padding, alignment. System.runtime.interrupt services.marshal.size of type. Why is it so crazy? So if you were to do... If you got a 64-bit processor and aligned to 64-bit boundaries, then you're wasting a lot of space. If everything has to start on its own thing, right? System dot... I've lost the message. Wait a minute. Wait. This is for what? System.runtime dot interrupt dot marshal dot size of type of, and then, well, we don't have anything. We don't have a type of. We just have this. We don't have any instance of it yet. Does that work? Particle info struct is a type. Yeah, which is not valid in the given context. I have never come across that in C, actually, but okay. There is a size of that, so then it needs to be like that. Okay, I don't know what that returns, so I think I kind of want to see what that is. Please tell me this returns a uint and not an int. Of course it returns an int because it's fucking C#. Alright, so that we can have our negatively sized particle info struct, I'll use an assigned integer to store blah size. Blah size. Equals that. And then I can do debug.log blah size is blah size. I type blash again. Alright. I don't even know if this is gonna run. I've made a bunch of changes. Actually, I don't even remember if I made a bunch of changes. Boop. Blast size 16. Would you look at that? It's the size of 4 floats. Okay, so this is that. Okay, so whatever, that works. So I can just put that back to that. There we go. Struct layout. Layout kind dot sequential. Pack equals 1. Might work. But it's already working! It's already working! Can you only do the layout, the struct layout stuff in, can you only do that when you're using unsafe? Or is it not? Okay. What is Repr C? Well, C is nothing. You missed nothing of C, is that what you mean? What does Repr C mean? Like it's trying to reproduce the behavior of C? Wouldn't that mean you're missing C is everything? I don't know what the Repr stands for, I'm guessing. I might leave it here. My brain is starting to not really function much anymore. It was slow to begin with, and it's really hard to think right now. I'm sorry, I know it feels like we got nothing done. But I don't know. Let me know if you want to let me know. Yeah, sure. You know what? As an end to this, let me just show you the, let's use the music that's currently playing and run that through, guys, you've been working hard on your servers. Have I? But thank you. I've been trying hard, yeah. Let me know if you want to let me know. Yeah. Okay, let's leave it like this for now. There are no errors. Ignore this. These are because I can't receive motion data because I'm moving, and this is because Unity is a really badly made program and it's just throwing errors by itself. Anyway, alright, I'll close that for now. But I'm gonna dive into this previous thing. Are you just gonna type T every time you see me T-posing? Because that's gonna happen a lot when I'm working on Unity stuff. Let's load this up again. Yeah, I probably should have warned you about the bright screen. It's even better because Unity internal errors blame the user. Yeah, it's so bad! I'm listening while playing League, losing my sanity. Alright, no worries. Also, welcome, Wang. Is it possible that it can't tell whether the error is originating from its own code or like user code, I wonder? So it just shows the error anyway. Wait, no, because obviously if it's going from its own code, it's not going to print the source file at the bottom, is it? So that's a very easy way that it could tell whether it's its own code or not, I guess. Anyway, I'm just gonna quickly dive back to this thing that I had at the beginning. I want to run it on a new piece of music that I haven't played before. I mean that I haven't run it on before. I'm just gonna open up my folder of music from Monster Cat because that's music that's safe to play on stream. And yeah, let me just find something. What about for my high energy stuff? Where did I put that? Probably in here. Oh yeah, something from this will be interesting. AU5. Top Gear track 1? No, I can't. So I'm trying to keep the volume down a bit so I don't just like say Wakey wakey! To everyone. Damn, my voice actually quieted the music. The rhythms are changing so frequently here. This might not be a very good demonstration of this other thing in the background, which is a thing that I've been making to try to help point out rhythms in music. Because mine's analyzing over an 8-second period, and these are changing like from second to second. It's funny just listening to the music that often plays on my Trackmania streams, just here without any context. I don't think I'm using this one anywhere. I like it though, obviously, that's why I've downloaded it. Sarud, Dan Storm. There's a bunch of tracks that do show it off well. Wait, have I got any metal downloaded here? I have not. Unless it's some songs. No, I'm not. There's a bunch of music that does show it off well, but you know, I don't have any license to play it and blah 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 blah. I don't want shit being muted. Oh, Infected Mushroom could be interesting if it's like 3 like triplets all the time. Please open it. Hello? Can I show it on Discord later? Yeah, sure. Okay, nice. This does go into triplets at some point. Okay, that's gonna be interesting to see. I haven't tried one. Why am I having such issues opening MP3 files right now? Oh my god, why is it like freezing every time I click on one of these and try to drag it? Windows? Hello? Should we still QA? Maybe. Okay, this one's really nice and it's got triplets all over the place. I'm not sure there's a lot that's changing rhythmically though. It's kind of pretty similar. There was... Which one was it that changed from 3 beats to 4 beats? Let me just get rid of the Unity stuff right now. Boop. It's still software and game dev though. Okay, this is like... 4s and then there's triplets. Oh my god, it's so long though! 7 minutes! It's gonna take ages to process. It's faster than real time, but... I wouldn't call it that fast. And what about a shorter one? Oh my god, okay, what I'm seeing here is Infected Mushroom makes long things. Alright, fine. Can take that out of context. Could be very confusing. Compute shader version when? Well. I mean, I know how to, I guess, now. This is one that's not used. Could be interesting to see that, actually. Okay, this one could be very interesting. Do you notice how, like, the second kick of the bar is offbeat? Sorry, yeah, basically. So it's like a whole bar before the kick pattern loops. That could actually be quite interesting to look at on here. Alright, let's do it. Take this one. It's only 3.5 minutes as well. Let's copy that, and... Oh, goddammit, I closed all of the folders, didn't I? That's why I wanted to show that off first, so I could close the folders. Okay, bear with me a moment. I gotta get some folders back open. Oh god. This is a terrible idea. Let's do it. Alright, I'm gonna rename that to GAT for give and take. And open up... technical text file that I put somewhere. Oh my god, I've really closed everything. I didn't know. Wait, I didn't close the FFmpeg folder. That's weird. Why didn't I close that? Huh. I'll close this folder though. This is for my Unity stuff. Cleaning up. Okay, I need one more folder, which is gonna be inside. Where is it? Visual Studio Projects, Rhythm Spec, and then. Oh yeah, I should probably get some music playing, shouldn't I? Let's go back to my usual of vocal music. Boop. I quite like this music. Thank you for the pats. It feels weird playing this music right now. It feels like my stream's beginning. It's like the kind of music I have at the beginning of my streams. Okay, so the command I ran was this. So this command for SOX, which is Program Sound Exchange, it loads in a WAV file, changes the sample rate to something a bit lower, and the number of channels to 1, so mono. Pipes that into another instance that makes a spectrogram at 100 pixels per second. So you can imagine how wide these images are. So this is going to be give and take.mp3. What? I need to load mad decoder library. Amazing. Alright, this program just gets worse and worse every time I try it. So let me just fucking load Audacity to convert this file into a WAV file so I can spoon feed audio into this program that's meant to handle audio. Sorry, I'm getting salty. I can actually handle FLAC files, so I'll make it a FLAC file. Save a bit of hard drive space. Then we don't need the MP3 anymore. We'll tell it to make it of the FLAC file. Boop! Alright, off it goes. You really work a lot? Oh, I'm just doing... This is the fun stuff at the moment. I've finished doing the shader stuff. But thank you. Okay, it's done. So it's made this. Interesting, okay. Yeah, seems right. So this is one really long spectrogram of the whole file. But thank you to Pat Stew and Feliax. Start of stream 4+ more UCAs. No, I've got to end in 56 minutes. So this is definitely the end of the stream, okay? And then I run, I put that into my programs folder. This is not automated at all yet, so eventually I won't be using Sound Exchange to make the spectrogram. I'll be doing it myself. I might use FFmpeg to decompress the audio into PCM and like make it mono and 22 kilohertz. And then I'll use FFTW, which is a FFT library, which I have already made. I do know how to use this, like, I've got it working. But, not in this project right now. Why is this one? So this one was originally trying, but FFTW actually works, so I'm gonna use that one instead. It's a lot still? 56 minutes? It is! I'm not gonna go on for that long, don't worry. So, the resources, we can delete all of these previous ones. Boop. Paste a new one. Holy crap, that's the fastest deletion of like 10,000 items I've ever seen. We can call this one give and take. It's almost like I'm running on Windows XP again with how quickly it's deleting. Are you still doing the thing on the FFT? I will be calculating the FFT. What this program is doing is autocorrelation. Wait, yes, I'm applying it to the FFT that's already been done, yes. To this. To this. How does it look like if you do it on the samples themselves? Then you'd have pitch detection. That would look exactly like Audacity's pitch detection display mode, which is this. Probably not going to work too well with stuff that's changing, you know. It's not just one thing playing at a time. I can probably actually adjust the height of this to make it look a bit this would work a lot better if it was like music. Like a singing voice rather than entire music. Let me just see what this sounds like. So it's really, really flipping loud. Jesus Christ. But yeah. So we've got like the sounds, these. Yeah, sorry about that, I didn't realize I was going to be quite so loud. I hope nobody was trying to sleep. I hope she sings the cheese to the music. No! I've never clued in. What's all this actually going to result in? Oh, it's just a fun way to look at the rhythm in music. I'm very into audio stuff. And visualizing stuff is just cool to me. It feels like I'm getting a look inside another world that I've been oblivious to a lot of the time, you know? Like, I'll recognize songs, but it's like, wow, I've never seen this side of them before. I don't know, it's just a cool nerdy thing to try. I'm opening my musical third eye, I guess so. Synesthesia. Yeah, it's kind of like that. But, you know, I don't really have it myself. So this is a way that I can experience synesthesia in a way, I guess. I guess isn't that then like the idea of all audio visualization? I guess so. Anyway, let's run the damn thing, shall we? And it goes off by itself. So right now this is running 8 seconds. So each of these images is exporting is 800 different 400 different alignments over a range of 800 pixels. In other words, it's 4 seconds, because this is 100 pixels per second. It's testing from like 0.1 up to 4 seconds alignments. You know where it's shifting one copy of the audio itself? I showed at the beginning of the stream. How much faster would it be if you didn't print? Not very fast. Let me show you just how quickly it prints. If it's doing nothing, it can print like 10,000 or so in a second. It's scary. Because before, I didn't used to check whether the image actually opened successfully, and it would blindly go ahead and try to do it. It would calculate the height of the image is 0. And then effectively, it would just be making 0 by 0 pixel PNGs as quickly as possible. And yeah, that spams tens of thousands of files a second. It's kind of scary. Anyway, right, so 10 frames per second. Okay, so now we run the ffmpeg command to combine. Zip. To combine, where's my thing gone? All of these, along with the audio, into one thing, which again is going to be something that I can do in the end. I might even end up trying to use the ffmpeg DLL file from my program, rather than just piping stuff into a separate running process. Might be cool, I've never tried that before. Where am I? Oh, there we are. So the command I run is this. We just run ffmpeg. We tell it the frame rate is 100, except in this case it's 10. Because we're exporting only every 10th frame. We're incrementing by 10 frames. And because this doesn't change very much over the course of a second, so 100 frames a second is absolutely insane overkill. Why is this so loud? Are we Trojanizing ffmpeg? We're not! Dog Greg, did you just look back? I can tell. We tell it that we're going to be opening this image sequence, which is actually in here now. And we tell it that we're going to want this audio, which is actually give and take .flac. And we just run that command and it should, within a few seconds, combine everything. Boop. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and it's done. Alright, should we have a look? Let's stop this music and look at this. Okay, here we are. Here is a visualization of the rhythms in this music. By the way, I am actually downsampling this right now, vertically on purpose. Because I thought it would actually help with noticing it would allow it to detect lining up of pitches, because right now it treats each row completely separately. but like if you squish a few rows together, that would allow any patterns that occur over those few rows to show up as repeating here as well. Not sure how to explain it. My brain's gradually shutting down. I am alright. Thank you. How are you? Wait a second, am I using the correct... Hang on a second, wait. Am I using the correct offset? I am not. Hold on. Override that. The audio is out of sync by like 4 seconds. Okay. Oh god. Wait, was it? No, maybe it wasn't. Hang on, never mind. False alarm. Putting it back! Got this turned off as well, right? Yes. You got ran over by a car? What? Kind of want to see how this looks. Look at that. Look at that. You can see this rhythm of kicks here is like looping every roughly 2 seconds. Bear in mind this is like 0 seconds across, this is 4 seconds across. So this bar here is like really bright. Wait for the kicks to come back. There they are. It gradually gets bright all the way down to the bottom. It's also showing that basically the entire spectrum is pretty much repeating every 2 seconds. Just kidding, life is great, nice. I'm glad. I've never seen this before, where these are like... You've got like little bits that are looping faster than others. This is how it gradually just fades away to nothing. I'm really curious about this kind of weird, misty looking areas around there. I'll just shrink this down a bit. Probably end up seeing faces in it or something. Wait for the rhythm to kick in again. This one is not quite as interesting. Wait, why are they doing this one instead of the one with trippers? Oh yeah, right. Because it was really long, wasn't it? This is kind of interesting to me. There's like some areas around here which are... I've never quite seen something that's quite... different bright parts and then blah 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 and stuff. Blah blah blah, I don't know. There's a bunch of like polyrhythms and stuff going on, I guess. Anyway, I think I need to end the stream because I'm becoming too weirdly weird and I need to end. Just drop by to say, hey though, gonna get cracking on with Marwell. Hey! Crack on! Pun was actually intended completely, I'm sorry. I pressed the wrong button. Thanks for stream. It was pretty, wasn't it? It was rather. Actually, I'm not sure if I can share some of those over Discord because they're quite big files. Well, I'll just extract a part of it and show you. And then, could I share the stream when? I don't know. I'm sorry. But yeah, the file sizes are a bit big. Alright. Thank you all very much for being here. I feel like I didn't do a huge amount. Stewie, thank you so much for all of the help. Even though, you know, it was like a small amount of stuff, even just the moral support helps a lot. Mind you, the moral support of everybody helps. By I don't know why people choose to be here when I didn't do much. Didn't do much today, huh? Well, thanks for doing a lot in the past, at least. Oh my god, I'm just... How many tabs do I have open? Thank you for the pats. We've got scalar types, particle shaders, RW texture 2D, Unity compute, blah blah, S3 dispatch, shader model, converting a shaded blah 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 blah. A lot of tabs, I'm closing them all. All of those tabs. Oh, hang on. A few more here as well. There. I would say it was like 20 or so tabs. Yeah, it would have been like around 20 tabs or so. Not all loaded up during the stream, some last night. Unity is beyond me. Well, thankfully Unity's using some standard stuff with the HLSL, so yeah. Unity's beyond me, shut up. So is HLSL... Hey now. I'm not into the spread of misinformation. I think I'm gonna pass you on to somebody to, how long has she been streaming? She was doing this for a while. 2 hours already. Okay, that sound gave away what I'm about to be raiding into. Blop! I'm trying to fight against the... Oh my god, my neck! What the hell? My neck is like... My neck was going like that, shoving across the bed. Did you see my collar? The time also gave it away. Oh yeah, 2 hours streaming. Yeah. I really know... Yeah, you know, screw it. I'm raiding Cat. God damn it. I have a friend, and I want to raid a friend, so I'm going to raid a friend.
Choose.
I'm sorry that it's not programming, but it is Beat Saber. So, you know how that's related to me? It's because this emote. It looks like I'm playing Beat Saber! But yeah, also I like Beat Saber. And Cat. Anyway, I'm going to raid Cat right now. Nice to listen. Oh, no worries, Wang. Thank you very much for stopping by. But yeah, no worries. I'm glad that it was okay to listen to. It must have got very strange at the end when there were loud bits of music suddenly blasting out. Yeah, thank you for the bits of blip. I can't remember if I actually got a proper sentence out of my mouth. It'd be amazing if I did. Ooh, Cat seems to be having some frame rate issues right now. Is she okay? She might be having some technical issues. I was considering passing on to Cat. Cat is giving us a true cinematic experience. Wait, what do you mean by that? 1 second. I'm just gonna close a huge number of windows because I cannot flipping do anything right now because I'm feeling so cramped. I'm gonna close this and this and this. Alright, that's enough. Now I actually have enough space in my taskbar to show the buttons. Oh no, is she stopping? No! It looks like she's stopping. Well, then maybe she's gonna do something else afterwards. Restarting? Oh, okay. I'll wait then. From what she said. Okay, yeah. Just Steam VR, I guess. So yeah, I was gonna pass you on to Cat, who's currently playing Beat Saber. There we are. Enough with the cryptic, unexplicit stuff. But she seems to be having some issues right now, so yeah. Out of curiosity, I'm going to have a look to see if anybody on a... Why can I not... Hi, aware of existing. Hi, who is Cat? What is Beat Saber? I'm glad you asked. X! My ears! That is not Cat. They could say beating your saber is something to do with dicks. Anyway, that's Beat Saber. That's Cat. She's an artist. The art she draws is much higher resolution than that. But she did draw that, actually. So yeah. Anyway, yeah. Very good friend of mine, who I was wanting to pass you on to. However, she's having issues right now, so... While she's doing that, out of curiosity, I'm going to actually have a look. And see if any VTuber is doing shader stuff. Probably not, right? Live channels... Mind you, I didn't have mine tagged as shader at all, so... Literally only one person seems to have a shader tag. Amazing, and they're just playing Final Fantasy Online. XIV 14? How are you doing all of that 3D stuff? Kinda neat. Ah, thank you. I mean, this here is like my streaming setup. Like, it's my Unity setup, I should have said. It's like a VTubing setup that I made in Unity. So I just sort of made it myself, question mark? With help for some things, that's for sure. Final Fantasy does use shaders, so it's true. Actually, there is somebody I know who's doing software and game dev right now, but what are they actually doing? Something in Unreal Engine. Ugh, well, I can't find out right now because ads. Hell yeah. I mean, hell no. Ah, thank you for the posture check as well. Cat BRB'd. Cat burbed. Okay. Ah, thank you for hydration as well. This stream will be right back. I see it now. I see it. Wait, people are saying thanks for the stream. But it's Dara, so, you know, Dara likes to troll, I guess. But thank you for the hydration, Dara. 1 second, let me just blow into this. Listen to this. Wait. I'm not actually holding it like it looks on my thing. I thought she is ending? Oh, maybe she is. Anyway, that's the end of that one. Dara, thank you very much for getting through the last of the Nyan juice. Alright, let's have a look. Who else is on? I'm glad that I'm ending the stream a bit earlier so that I'm not doing this at 10 PM where I have to actually stop talking. Right now I can keep on talking for a little while. What's Yook? It's a silly nickname for myself. It's like, originally people shortened my name to... No, they didn't. That's a very weird thing to shorten my name to. But if you shorten the name like Yukia, it can become Yuki. And if you shorten it below that, it's like Yook. But that looks like yuck. As in like, ew, gross. So for amusing silliness, I spelt it Yook. There you go. It's just a very silly. I have a very weird sense of humor and the name just sounds funny to me. There's also Yuchini, there is. Enlin's favorite nickname for me. On one of my schedule images, I had the, you know, the thing. York. York is what flipping Nimue calls me sometimes. I had like a courgette or zucchini in the corner, and well, I didn't. It was myself that I like bent and stretched and colored green to look like a zucchini in a bikini. Maybe. Man, people are disappearing left, right, and center. There are only 3 people that I follow at all who are streaming right now. So, interesting. Okie dokie. Alright, let's just search through all VTubers and scroll past the trolls. Yoke! Yeah, it is a bit like yoke as well. You could also spell it like yook. Yook. If you really wanted, but live tags of YouTuber. Come on, there's gotta be someone doing something devy. Some of the thumbnails are amazing. Oh my god. There's a maid. I'm weak to maids. Also pink hair. But she doesn't have pink hair, so I'm less weak. Thanks for the stream. Ah, thank you very much. Oh, is screaming? It is. It's like... Oh, it took a while for my mouth to open. I have 5 people and 1 aquarium. 1 aquarium. Ah, for a moment I thought you meant like a pool side thing. Then I was really realized. Wait a minute. It's unlikely. Is anybody deving? Wait, it'd probably be quicker if I just search by... all of my tabs just crashed. Nice! Perfect. Now I gotta wait for the Twitch ads to play again then, I guess. Alright, categories. Where are we? Where are we? Software and game dev. Rate cat in the middle of BRB for maximum effectiveness. No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to stress her. If she's saying BRB, she's like working on stuff. I don't want to stress her. Right, okay. How many people until we reach a VTuber who is doing software and game dev? Out of all the people who are doing software and game dev. Should we play that game? I think I can put this onto my screen and we can have a look together. I've got to swap some things around on my screen. I'm not counting the first person because they are already one of my followers. I mean, sorry, they're someone I'm following. Actually, I think maybe even the second... Does that count as a VTuber? Let's have a look. Boop. So, Riku VR is streaming. That's the person who's doing Unreal Engine 5 stuff that I was mentioning earlier. I don't think this is a VTuber. That doesn't look like one. No. Well, actually, does this count as a VTuber? Is that a VTuber? No. Maybe? No. QR code tuber, maybe? Is this a QR code tuber? No. Maybe? No. Nobody? No. Nobody knows. Whoa, what is this? That looks interesting. It's like arcade machines or something. Not sure what it is, actually. Oh my god, who's this weirdo? Ew. Damn! There aren't many this time. Sometimes there are some. Well, that's the end of the list. Interesting. Well, I think my 69 joke becomes not a joke now. Wait, what was the 69 about? I'm sorry. Sorry. You killer of jokes. I'm sorry. Taking over Pikachu's role. The internet is a series of VTubes. I guess so. Cat's still BRBing, huh? Burbing. Cat's still a burb. Really? Is she back? Why is my stream of hers so delayed? There we are. Wow, what is that? Oh, is she about to play, that notes flying over the thing and you gotta collect the little things as it goes side to side? I forget what the game is called. She hasn't changed the category, so I can't remember it. Shit, what was it called? You know what I mean. That game, the one that's like meant to be a rhythm game, but it's very loosely related to rhythm. Audio Surf, that's the one. And she just changed. All right, I'm passing on to Kat then, who is playing Audio Surf. Yeah, that's gonna be all.
Jeez.
Fox _ Cat. This is my second stream of the week. I'll be streaming again on Friday, the 21st.
Cheese.
Also, now might be a good time for me to say, but the week after next week, I'm kind of gonna be taking a semi-break. I might stream really randomly. Essentially, I'm not gonna be disturbing anybody if I stream at night for 2 weeks, starting the week after next. So I may do some late night streams. I may do some Beat Saber streams because I'll be able to have like my computer downstairs and just have a proper VR setup and, you know, not be disturbing people. But yeah, I might not have a schedule for those 2 weeks. It might be sort of as they come. But not next week. That's the week after next. I just wanted to give a bit of advance warning. Not that anybody can like plan anything about it, whatever. There is one stream for sure, which will be happening the week after next. That one is actually technically scheduled, but I won't reveal it yet because it's a bit of a fun special one. But yeah, that's gonna be all for now. I will see you on Friday if you want. Thanks for all coming. Thanks for coming, all of you. Thanks for all coming. That's, well, I guess that technically makes sense. All right, bye.